Usually when this, okay, there it is, 10 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. would be if needed, right? So I'll make a motion that we approve the request of the St. Anthony Fire Department to potentially close the road, to give them the ability to between 10 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. on August 15th.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Okay, Northview Estates, there's a gentleman that asked on March 2nd meeting if we would consider hot mixing Northview Estates. And that is a subdivision right north of Ireland. And I told him that we'd have to run down there with the new Vialytics that we got, and we did end up running that on June 24th, and the pacer was between a 7 and an 8. So it's decent. For chip and seal, it's decent. And yes, it's, just like any other chip and seal, it's bumpy, it's not like hot mix. But the chip and seal is decent.
So with that program, are you finding that you would grade it the same way this thing's grading it?
Close. You had looked at, what was it? It was
Plus or minus 1, it should be within plus or minus.
Because 8's good,
It is, we don't,
and it doesn't look like an 8 to me. I'm not a professional, I'm just a guy that read the book one time, but I drove through there and I think did you go out and you fixed the worst of it, that one corner?
one corner.
Yeah, where the water was holding and I don't remember what it's called, I have to look again, but.
I know we went out there and dirt patched several different times.
Right.
The pipe was pretty rough that we put in 2 years ago, I guess it was, and we went and dirt patched that, so. But that's the roughest part right there, as soon as you pull it.
But overall, you're satisfied with the Vialytics, what it's doing to the?
I think so, yeah. But anyway, so they are wondering, what it would take to make it go a little quicker.
I think when we talked in March, you said that your plan was maybe if you were to look into the future, it's about, 3 years?
Yes.
Is about where they were?
Yep.
I think we said at that time, if they want to chip in, we could consider moving it up. So I think that's where I still stand the same way.
I think
He had talked about he said, what if I got, he gave us a number, X number of dollars from each resident, would that work? And I think I may have said that would motivate me, but I don't know, I don't remember what that number was.
Yeah, that's what he's wanting to get. He's wanting a price. And then that way he'll take it back to the other neighbors and see what they think. So.
Do you remember what that number was from those emails?
He had just mentioned, he said, what if we go $1,000 per house? And I think there's 34 back there, I think he said. So.
And we think this is $100,000+ payment.
130, 150, something like that, so.
I'd be okay with moving it ahead if they're gonna put in
Let's see what they do.
$1,500
I mean,
apiece or
have that
something.
discussion and go from there.
Would you both agree that each
$1,500 apiece.
$1,500 a piece and
See where we're at.
Yeah, I think that'd move the needle at least.
Huh?
That'd move the needle, make it more palatable.
because again, if they're putting in some of their own money for their own improvement that we're gonna do anyway, then that just means we can stretch the asphalt somewhere else. It gives us a little money to continue doing it elsewhere.
Have a conversation with them.
Okay.
See what they
Yeah, I
say.
think that'd be satisfactory with me.
Okay, I'll let him know, and he can bring that to the rest of the people down there and they can go from there.
Sure.
So, new hire, we are in the process of hiring a truck driver and a bridge laborer. They both of them quit, one of them the beginning of July, and then one of them just came in Friday and told me. So if anybody out there that wants to apply, either go online or stop in at DuBois County Highway Department. Culvert replacement. We'll be closing Club Road 300 feet south of 550 South this coming Friday, 7/24/26. for a culvert replacement. We know it's bad timing with the Bristol Junction, with the construction going on, but before CNR comes in there to hot mix it, we really need to get it done. So it's gonna be bad timing, but it will be closed from, weather permitting, from 6 o'clock Friday morning until 3 o'clock Friday afternoon. So we put up signs this morning, saying that it's gonna be closed, so hopefully, and we're gonna put it online and everything else, so. Hopefully everybody knows. 400 West, gentleman asked a couple of meetings ago, to upgrade a dirt road to a gravel. And I think Nick, you had asked to see once how much that would cost. I came up, if we do it the same way as a chip and seal for the layer 2s, 53s, it would be right at $50,000 if Cave Quarries would haul them in. So, one mile, so quite a bit. I mean, do we have to put that good of a base underneath it? Well, it just depends if down the road they wanna chip and seal it or something. You know, now's the time to put the base underneath it if we can, but,
This is west of the airport.
it's west of the airport on 900, it's between 750 south and 900 south. The part against 750 south is chip and seal, and then it turns into rock for a little bit until you come to a bridge, and then it's exactly 1 mile from the bridge to 900, which is dirt.
From a safety standpoint, Levi, can you talk about that? Do you think does this vastly improve the safety of the traveling public that uses that road?
There's minimal traffic on that road. Its
It goes
primary
nowhere, right?
purpose, correct, primary purpose is for getting access to the farmer's fields. I know there is, on the north side, there is a house there, but they're on chip seal before it turns to dirt. So
Right. I do know that, like, if there's a wreck out on 231 or something, of course, GPS takes them that direction.
This is the road that
That's why a
GPS
couple
is taking.
semis got on there. That's one of the reasons why but that happens everywhere.
This one Mr. Ring asked about, correct?
It is, right?
Do I?
This is the one Dave Ring talked
Yes,
about.
yes, that's what Dave Ring talked about, yes.
So this goes back to the same comment from First Street. Is this one more important than First Street? Or either of these more important than Northview Estates? So we have a finite amount of money and unlimited amount of places to put it. So I guess we can make a determination as a board to, is this one of our, so if we did a traffic count on this road, on a normal day, it would probably be 5?
very minimal.
Depends if it's muddy or not. If it's muddy, it won't be nothing. If it's,
Right.
If it's dry, there might be maybe 5, like you said.
Because I hate that there's dirt roads in the county. I was actually, when I became commissioner, I didn't know we had dirt roads. And some of the roads that we have, but they're dirt roads for a reason, because they've been there for 120 years and just they get very minimal use.
Right.
Commissioner Hostetter, thoughts on this road and the others maybe that we talked about?
David suggested this as a possible alternate route when EDP does the road cut. Is that correct?
That's what he had said, yes.
Okay. Do you think EDP would possibly pay for this one?
I had asked one of the construction guys out there, but I think he was through Rachel, I think the 7 truck. So he had nothing to do with, he couldn't say that, but they were
Yeah.
actually coming off of 900. They're not even exiting off of 400.
My thought would be to just take a little less burden on those homeowners over there.
Yeah.
When that road's closed.
Right.
But the odds of them getting it done that quick would be pretty low too.
I think there would be more traffic if we did. I mean, I know GPS takes a lot of people that way. I mean, he had talked about the FedEx down through there and stuff like that, but
Yeah.
more traveled
So really,
potentially.
looking at it again, coming from 750 south, it's chip sealed to the person's home.
Yes.
Then it goes to rock for a little bit, and then it's dirt. I mean, and there's only fields down there.
So,
More farmers than anything else.
And is it a single farmer?
I think there's 2 of them, maybe. Might be 4, I think. One way at the end, and then the other big portion, then 2 others on the other side, I think.
Yeah, there's quite a few different owners on that road. I don't think I want to put dirt money on it. I mean, I wouldn't put this one above the other
No,
road.
definitely not, no. I wouldn't put it above.
This First Street at least gets some traffic.
Yeah.
For example.
Right.
Northview Estates, those people live there, and
Yeah, it's totally different situation.
so if that contractor wants to put money into, or if that company wants to put money into it, wouldn't mind asking, but my position on those companies from the beginning was, I'm gonna ask nothing out of them, and they should ask for no tax abatements or tax benefits from us. That's how I've always approached them, so I don't like even going down that road necessarily, but if the other board members are in favor of it, I guess we could consider it.
I do know when Steve was here, there was 2 places that I know, of, could have been even more. One person wanted to build on a dirt road. So Steve said, okay, you rock it, you base it first time, then we'll take care of it after that. So that's what he did. And then same with the other guy, was a cabin up there in Columbia Township. Same way, she had paid for all the rock. We hauled it in there, she paid for all the rock, and then we took it over after that. So.
And I suppose I'd look at this one the same way as the other one. If they want to pay for half of it, or something like that, or do the whole thing, we'll take it over. I'd be on board with that.
Right.
And Commissioner Stefano, what were your
Agreed.
thoughts?
Agreed. I mean, we can't put this one above anything else, so.
Okay.
Not at this point.
I'll let them know.
Thank you.
Okay, we need $10,000 taken out of Cume Bridge and put in equipment repair for bridge, the bridge truck 305. We had a $19,000 breakdown, and so we had to repair it. And now we need to move some money from Cume Bridge to equipment repair.
Do you have the form?
No, we did not get a farm for that.
You don't need one?
No, I did not have a farm. I did not.
Auditor, do you need?
I'm trying to, you're gonna move money in Cume Bridge from one line item to the other.
Yeah, from
Is it in the
Cume
same
Bridge.
category? Because it's in the same category.
It's in the general Cume Bridge, and we just need to put into the equipment and repair line item. An additional $10,000 added to the equipment repair.
I don't think the board's gonna have a problem with
Additional
it.
or-
We need an additional $10,000.
We don't care as long
So
as
if
they
you're gonna do an
take care of it.
additional, we can't advertise for it until next month.
You just need a
If
transfer?
you're doing
or
a
you need
transfer,
an
we can move.
Oh, I got a
I'm not for
hands
sure.
up here. I need to ask her what the intentions were of that. That was additional or transfer.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it was.
If it's a transfer, we can.
If it's a transfer and it's the same category, it's no issue.
Can we,
If it's jumping categories, gotta go to council.
yeah, let me,
If it's an additional, I gotta advertise it for August.
We
let
can
me
jump
bring
back
this
to
up
it.
at the end of the meeting.
Just come back to us at the end of the meeting after you guys have a chance to look at it.
Okay, that's all I got then.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lippert?
Morning. Levi Leopard, Du Bois County Highway Engineer. So we'll jump into the update for the paving projects. CalCor has completed the paving on Newton Street and Mendel Lane, which is from State Road 162 to Meridian Road. And the Highway Department will be following up with shoulder stone as well as paint markings. As far as the other paving projects in the county, we still have quite a few to get done yet this year. I don't have a schedule from the paving contractors at this time. All I keep hearing is it will be later on in the year. So we'll let the board know once we get an update from them. Wanted to let everybody know that the NDOT project for the roundabout at the State Road 162 and State Road 64 intersection. We'll have a full closure. NDOT has informed me this closure will occur on July 30th at 8 p.m. and last through August 4th at 5 a.m. It is an NDOT project, but this does impact our county roads. So I know we've seen an increase in traffic on the county roads in the general vicinity of the roundabout. So just urging drivers to please use caution and follow the posted speed limit. I've been discussing the gas tax suspension on how that's impacted the MVH funds. So I want to give an update on that. This is a good update. I received an email from the Office of State Controllers stating the following, and this is quoted. As part of Governor Mike Braun's temporary gas tax holiday, the state is taking steps to reimburse local governments for revenue impacted during emergency declaration. The first reimbursement request covering the time period of April 8th through May 31st will be presented to the State Board of Finance on July 21st. Following board approval, the Indiana State Controller's Office is prepared to distribute payments within 5 to 7 business days. Additional reimbursement requests will be made as needed with subsequent State Board of Finance action, with all reimbursements expected to be completed by November 1st. So in short, the governor should be making the highway department whole, and we should start to see some of those payments coming out sometime at the end of this month.
Is that gonna cause any cash flow issues, or do we have cash to get us through there and this will make us whole?
We do have a safety net, and we'll continue to monitor that. If we do foresee any cash flow issues, we'll approach the council prior. At this time, I think we're gonna be okay. Frontier has a pretty large project that they have planned in and around the city of Jasper to install both overhead and buried fiber lines. Myself and our attorney have met with Frontier as well as the city of Jasper to go over the road bonding. We decided to follow the NDOT broadband permit guidelines, which is set at $10,000 per mile of buried fiber. And Frontier stated that they're okay with providing a bond. The total amount of fiber within the county's jurisdiction is 19.8 miles, which comes out to just a little over $198,000 bond. So I've requested that bond from Frontier, and I'm waiting to receive that. Bridge 78 on County Road 600 West. This was the bridge that a hydro demo, bridge deck overlay, and semi-integral in-bank conversion work was performed, and that bridge was 100% completed in June. I do have the final change order for that project, which shows the increase and decrease quantities. And overall, it is a net total of a $15,200.05 decrease. And I am recommending approval of this change order. I'll let you review it. I should have mentioned this change order is with the contractor Blankenberger Brothers Incorporated.
I'll make a motion, we approve the decrease change order of $15,200.05.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Moving on to Bridge 36. This is located on Celestine Road North, approximately 0.16 miles south of State Road 545. The bridge crew completed all the work to replace the superstructure, and the asphalt approaches were installed at both ends of the bridge, and the roadway was open to traffic on Thursday, July 9th. This bridge was posted at 20 tons. Those load posting signs will need to remain until our bridge inspection consultant can do a new inspection and do new load rating. A small bridge number 16, which is on DuBois Road Northeast, 1 mile north of DuBois Cusco Road. Our bridge crew completed this project earlier in the year, but in order to get the roadway open to traffic, we went ahead and put some temporary stone approaches in. So the traveling public may have noticed that was a pretty rough transition on and off of that bridge, but we since installed the permanent asphalt approaches at that location. Next item is 1025 South Stream Crossing. This was discussed last year. This is on a dirt road on one end, gravel on the other end. It's located 200 feet south of Holland Road East. The stream crossing itself has some significant damage to it, and it was discussed to put a bridge in there a long time ago due to cost. That option got shot down. It was also discussed to put a large multi-plate loading box culvert, also due to cost. We decided on was just to repair that original stream crossing. So it's been about a year since it's been discussed, but that is the next project that our bridge crew is going to. We're going to coordinate with the local farmers there because we want to make sure that we're not causing any issues with them getting to their crops when it's harvest time. So we've got to make sure we get that done before then. And then,
So the access will still be from the other end.
well, the access can be limited for some of the farmers because there's another stream crossing to get through. There will be access from the other end, but it's going to be, we would rather maintain access on the other end for the farmers if we can, if at all possible. And then our bridge inspection consultant reached out to me to let me know that Bridge 280 will now need to be load posted. This is located on 725 North, which is the far north part of the county in Harbison Township. This is just wear and tear on the bridge, some additional section loss of superstructure is the reasoning for load posting. So we did add a load posted bridge to our load postings. The next item I got is an NDOT LPA agreement for guardrail safety improvement project. So DuBois County was awarded federal funds earlier in the year for a project that we turned in as part of a safety improvement project. And we were awarded a good bit of money that covers 90% of the construction inspection, and the engineering costs. And so we went through an RFP process, selected Lockmuller. We have a contract with Lockmuller now, so the last step is to get a contract or get an agreement with NDOT so we can receive those funds. I sent that agreement out for your review. It's a draft agreement. It is a boilerplate, so we really cannot change the verbiage on it because this is what NDOT tells us we need to use. These agreements are done like the community crossing agreements are done, which they have to be signed electronically through DocuSign. I am the authorized signer on behalf of the county, that was done through an ordinance. So I'm going to recommend approval of this agreement, which is for $880,380 worth of funds to cover the guardrail safety improvement project PE costs. And so I would recommend approval of that agreement. I'd like to see if we can take a vote on that I can sign on behalf of the county.
Where does our 10% come in? Do we put ours in for the engineering or do we do a portion of each?
10% will go in for each phase. So they'll come out of the Cume Bridge, but we'll have to front all the money and then we get
The
reimbursed.
reimbursement.
But keep in mind, this is occurring over several years. So we'll just make sure we stay in the green, we have enough cash flow. And Lockmuller has given me a cash flow chart showing by year what they anticipate, how much work they anticipate doing. So that way we don't make sure we're putting too much in there, then it ties into that project and we can't use it for other projects. So trying to find that right balance.
So it's been planned appropriately.
Yes, there's a lot that goes into these projects, especially when you get into the millions like this one is. There's a lot of planning.
I'm fine with it, Mr. Ossetter.
Yes, I'm good with it.
I'm good. Yeah.
I'll move that we approve the NDOT LPA agreement for the guardrail safety improvement project, and that the county engineer sign on behalf of the county.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
The last item of business I have is an updated ADA transition plan. So the county entered into an agreement with Lockmuller late last year to prepare an updated ADA transition plan, which is required to be in compliance and to be eligible for federal and state funding. The plan has been completed. I've emailed it to you all for your review. And in order for the plan to become official, it has to be adopted through a resolution. I have a resolution prepared, and
1:30. All right.
And so, presenting the resolution for consideration to adopt the updated ADA transition plan, and moving forward, this plan will be treated like a living document. And then we will have to submit it to NDOT every 3 years. And this is for all the county-owned facilities. So not just the highway department, and the ADA coordinator for the entire, for DuBois County.
Commissioner Stefani,
Okay.
if you had a chance to look at it over the last couple of weeks,
Yes.
do you have any thoughts on it?
No, yeah, I know, there was a lot of documents there. I just kind of highlighted some of the ones that I thought were important and stuff like that, so, but no, I'm okay. I'm okay. Took me a while, but I did get through most of it.
Commissioner Hostetter, thoughts on it?
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. Yeah, I think the few changes I had were made, and I'm satisfied with the document as it stands. So we have a resolution there in front of us that is resolution number 2026-13, resolution adopting the updated ADA transition plan. I'll move that we approve the resolution.
I'll second.
Any other discussion?
No, sir.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
And this will get updated to the county's ADA on the county government's website, which will be under the ADA section.
Sure.
So let's transition into the updated ADA budget. So the current ADA budget is $5,000 a year, which is insufficient. I'm recommending the board consider upping this amount to at least $10,000 yearly as a starting point. This is going to handle your smaller projects. It could be something as simple as changing a doorknob out. Which these are all action items that are in that ADA transition plan. So usually I like to have numbers prepared and cost estimates to know how we come up with that $10,000. I don't have that because we just got that ADA transition plan.
Right.
I know $5,000 is not enough. It doesn't get you very far. It's used as a placeholder, so to say. So by upping it to at least $10,000, we can make better faith efforts to put towards these items that need to be addressed as part of the ADA transition plan. That will give me time to get in there and actually evaluate which larger scale projects need to be done. I need to coordinate with other department heads. A steering committee needs to be established, and we need to put more planning into more planning so we can actually execute the ADA transition plan. And start throwing cost estimates at those larger projects. And those larger projects, we can approach the council and the board of commissioners, say, hey, it's what we'd like to do. Can we allocate funds for project specific? So at least the $10,000 will come to blanket coverage that can be dispersed to the different items. And it's a good starting point until I can evaluate the budget and proper planning for years to come. Right now, I don't have that. So one thing at a time, and we just got this plan adopted.
And you're correct, some of these are things that would take a screwdriver in 15 minutes, no cost, and some of them are gonna be $30,000 for, and concrete pads, a little concrete pad somewhere probably. So I think this is a fine idea to start in this direction.
Right.
Anybody have any thoughts?
Oh, I agree.
So is that part of your budget that you handed us earlier? Or
It's not.
Or is that part
It
of?
kind of just got thrown in there, so that would need to be added. The 88, does that come out of the commissioner budget, same? So if it's in there, if we can make an amendment to that budget, that would be great. if
Do you
that's-
have any kind of a timeline as far as this committee, steering committee for this?
Sooner than later, I need to figure out how it needs to be structured, how many members
Sure.
who needs to be part of that. I know I just Scott Schnell there at 4-H ground, so.
Right.
Having.
Yeah, and
members-
him and I have had a conversation, a short conversation about that, so,
Yeah.
just reach out
He's told me
and,
it was on his budget.
yeah, I didn't know if you
No,
had
he
a
sits
time
in the
frame.
commissions, right? I said
Not,
yes.
not right now,
That's okay,
but-
that's okay,
we definitely need to get something going sooner than
Absolutely.
later, just so we're in compliance.
sure, absolutely. Whenever you're ready, just let me know.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board?
No, for me.
No.
Not at this time.
That's all I
Thank you,
got.
Levi.
Thank you.
Let's go into the health insurance plan update, please.
Good morning.
Good morning, Cerise. Morning, Nick.
Good morning.
Oh, thank you.
Good morning.
All right, good morning. We've been, Mark and I wanted to get in front of you guys. We wanted to do probably about a month ago, but just timing and he was out and I was out. But just wanted to come in and give an update on how the health plan's running. I know we do every, 6 months, we do a 6-month review with UGS, but since we're a couple months down the road, I did just capture an extra few months. So basically, on what I handed you, you're looking at an 8-month comparison. So you'll see at the very top there, current plan year. So keep in mind your stop loss runs November 1st is your renewal. So we're looking at November through June. So these are the claims that were captured. And then if you look at the prior plan year, it's the same exact time frame. I just think it's easier just comparing apples to apples instead of just looking exactly at this plan year. Just kind of walking through this membership. Obviously, your membership has gone up a little bit. You averaged so far with this year 216 employees on the plan, up about 8.5%. You're averaging about 200 employees on the plan the same time frame last year. But then getting into your fixed costs. So if you guys remember, anytime when we're doing these reviews or we talk about it renewal, your fixed costs, those are your hard dollars, right? So those are what you're paying for your administrative fees, what you're paying all your vendors, your stop loss premium, which is your specific, what you're paying your $100,000 specific on each member that's on the plan. And then we kind of round that all out. Total fixed costs, you'll see your total fixed costs from this year compared to the same time frame last year, you're actually down 7%. A big reason for that, if you guys remember, is we did bump up that spec level. Remember, it went from 80,000 up to 100,000. That was just due to your guys' size, and obviously that's going to help you with us more markets when we come up this November 1st renewal, just being a little bit bigger than spec deductible option. But then that's when you get in, obviously, the big spends at the bottom, and we've talked about this, each year, unfortunately. So claims. Medical claims, you'll see same time, this time frame this year, you're up about 29% on total medical claim spend. I'll talk about why that is. So there's another page after this. I'll talk about why that is. Also, RX claims are up as well. You'll see right about 29% as well. Claims over specific. Like I mentioned, you guys, you have $100,000 specific on each member. So any member that goes over that, you get reimbursed from your stop loss carrier. Same thing if you have a person that's a laser. If they go over that laser, that comes back in your claims over specific. You'll see your claims over specific is $225,000. So that's reimbursement going back into the plan. And then we look at the net total paid claims. Same, this time frame this year compared to last year, up almost 24% in total paid claims. Then just kind of breaking it down. We like breaking it down by, that I know we love acronyms in insurance, but the PPM, that is per employee per month. So I kind of look at that bottom, and I know Marky's, shared these before with you guys. You guys have asked the totals at the bottom, total claim costs broken down, but then total claim costs per employee per month. you'll see basically it is costing the county right over $2,000 per employee per month that you cover on your health plan, which is up about 7% over last year.
So every employee costs $24,000 per year.
Correct, yeah. As of, with this 8 months, yeah. Any questions on that before we hop in? There's gonna be some more information on that next page. But any questions on this first one here?
Under claims, number, that was 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth item down, maximum claims. Can you
Yeah.
explain that number?
Yeah, so your maximum claims, that's your maximum exposure.
So every single person hits
Correct, so
that
basically,
level.
well, yeah, well, so there's two things with stop loss. So you have your spec level, right? And that covers each member, because they have up to 100,000, but then you have your lasers, right? Those are in addition. But then you have what's called, you guys buy aggregate coverage as well. So that is a bucket that catches everybody. So that's where you see your maximum claims, that's your aggregate coverage. So that's your total maximum exposure for your health plan. If you went over that, you would be reimbursed from the stop loss carrier then.
And if we went over, then our policies would cost more next time.
It's good and bad, because you obviously have the protection, but if the stop loss carrier is paying you back, they're obviously losing, right?
So does that seem, that ratio, what we've totally paid versus what our max is, isn't that dangerously close?
Yeah, it is. So really where we say is kind of the standard across the industry, and unfortunately it's gone up just with healthcare, is you want to be in like that 80 to 82%. You see last year, you guys, same time frame, you were at 79%. This year, you're right about 90. That has leveled off. You'll see that on the next page. You kind of had an anomaly month. Yeah, correct. It's not running great, but it's not running terrible.
And again, that 2,000 average isn't really fair. We took out the top 5 spends.
I'll
average
have
it,
some
go
more
down.
on that as well. Yeah.
I don't have anything else on that page, Commissioner Austin?
I'm good.
That's all I know.
I'm good.
Okay. So sorry, I try to make this, sometimes it can be hard to read, but try to get all this on one page for you. So basically this is just, Sandy and Marky see this. I don't know if they share this with you guys, but this is just basically your monthly reporting that you get from your TPA, UGS, Unified Group Services. I wanted to show this for a couple of reasons. If you want to look at that the top one there. So if you look on the left side, those are the dates, those are your months. And then we just break it down by month. One thing I wanted to point out is if you look at January and then you go over to claim tracking, a big thing that we look at there is the net total paid claims. So you see, obviously for November, you guys paid about 298,000 in claims. With January, you guys did have a very large month. You'll see 655,000 in claims. That's medical and RX spend just for January, unfortunately. So that was a big month if you obviously compare them to all the others. Because if you take out just January and you average those out, you're spending about $319,000 each month if you remove January. So January, it was unfortunately double what you guys were your average spend. That's a big thing. Then at the bottom, obviously there's no PHI listed in here, but just wanted to talk a few things. You kind of hit on this. Unfortunately, since we did have this new renewal, since we started the new plan year November 1st, we have had 3 brand new large claimants hit the plan. Unfortunately, 2 cancers and then also a spine disorder. Like I said, unfortunate. You'll see those are kind of laid down there out at the bottom. Top 10 large claimants, this isn't a knock against anybody. We're seeing this unfortunately with all of our groups. And we've talked about this in the past, a few people that drive the big spend on plans. Working the numbers, if you take those 10 large claimants, so those 10 members out of the 585 average on your plan during the same time frame, they are responsible for 49% of the total spend. So 10 of the 585 are responsible for 49%. Once again, not a knock on that. Unfortunately, we see that with employers right now. The cancers are up, unfortunately. But that's a big reason why you're seeing that. You brought up that 90%, Chad, with those 3 new ones on there. That has driven your claim spend up. And then I would like to include that bottom right, that little chart right there. If you look at that red line on that bottom chart, that's your maximum total exposure. And then you can see what your spend is, and you'll see January kind of blew that out of the water.
Mr. Rhodes, do you have anything to add?
No.
Is that the total of the presentation?
We had 3 other quick things.
Okay, well, that's fine.
Yeah,
Last one before I moved on. I guess we're probably in the same spot that a lot of people are, but it's, we've made changes to the plan last year. We've added programs, we've added a clinic, and we're still going the wrong direction.
Unfortunately.
Big time. So I guess I'm at a loss.
Yeah. There's some things, obviously, we've had some success with the international. We've also had some success with moving that one member. Because you can see another member on here, unfortunately, moving them over to that Samaritan Fund, because they were taking a prescription that was about $27,000 a month. So you'd see that on there. Marky and I, there's some things, I probably won't share in this feed, but just working on different things. I think there's a lot of people that would benefit for that. Are you familiar with that? Yeah. Then obviously we talked about some other things behind the scenes as well, but I think we really have to push that for some of these big spends. And like I said, the benefit to them is, their healthcare is 100% free for them. But we will timeline, once we get claims through July, so we should see those the first early second week of August. We will then get it out to market, start getting numbers in, and start working towards that renewal for November 1st.
You move on to- don't be-
Yeah, okay, and then, some good news too here. So just an update, I know we do this usually each month when I come in here, but just another update on the clinic, the breakdown. Just a breakdown on the clinic. I know Marky continues to get good feedback from employees and members, but I like keeping an eye on this. And what's funny is Marky and I keep talking each month, but your usage continues just to go up and up and up with the clinic, which is good. Obviously, you're saving a lot of money with that. So just at the top there, we just break it down, clinic costs, what you guys pay per employee per month for that clinic compared to the average employees that have been on the plan. So you'll see so far through 6 months, you guys have paid, right over $54,000 for that clinic. But then what we go down and we break it down is that claim avoidance. So far office visits, you have 670 for the year. Lab orders, 852, and people that are filling their prescription, which really surprised Marky and I, which is really good. 655 prescriptions are getting filled directly through that clinic. Then obviously we just total that all out, and so far for those 6 months of this year, that you see, if you take out what you're paying the clinic savings directly to Du Bois County, is about a little over $113,000 that you avoided, obviously avoiding because you don't generate claims when you go to that clinic. So that's good news. I know Marky continues to get good feedback from members going and using that.
Good news.
Yeah, the unfortunate minus the, with the clinic, minus the 3 high claimants that we recently added on, we'd be having a different story, but unfortunately, that's where we're at today.
Sure.
So.
What is our percentage of people with their wellness completed at this point?
I've not done a new census on that, I'll have to double check
The
on
one you did, a month ago, we saw a lot of.
We still have a lot of people need to do it. Yeah.
And if they don't do it, they're gonna go to the non-wellness thing, it's gonna cost them more next year. So again, we're encouraging people to do it. The clinic, you can do it all online. You can set up a time to get out there, fill out the paperwork, and have your health check.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Any questions on that? Okay, 2 other just quick updates. We are obviously with that PBM, your pharmacy benefit manager, almost wrapping up that. We're down to 3 really, and obviously we'll come in front of you all and give an update. But obviously staying with TrueScripts, There's also another company called Med1 and then Smith RX. We've had a few calls with Marky and different things, but we're kind of wrapping some things up, getting financials, and then probably be presenting to you guys in the next probably 2 or 4 weeks. But just an update on that. One other thing Marky and I also wanted to talk about was, I think he's talked with you guys briefly about possibly rolling out an HSA plan, a health savings account plan for employees this next renewal. I know, and do you want to share on that?
Yeah, so we of course, we went through the wage and benefit study, did employee questionnaires and stuff, and HSA got brought up multiple times that, they would like to have that as an option on the medical plan, so I was talking to Max about possibly adding an HSA plan to our offerings in 2027, so, we're just kind of planting the seeds, kind of, getting you all's thoughts before we go into it too far, but that's something else we plan on presenting.
Give me a summary how it works. If I earn $100 and I want to put some of it into an HSA, how does that work on my wage?
Yeah, so you just basically just payroll deduct it, a certain either a percentage or a dollar amount into your HSA.
So it's pre-tax too. So it's really, and most employers are offering an HSA, and I'll tell you right now, it's not going to be a big needle mover for you on savings, but it is a good offering to offer, employees with that, because there are tax advantages of that. Using that, what's also nice with the HSA dollars, when employers can contribute to them, and then obviously employees can contribute as well. And you can use those funds for medical, pharmacy, you can use those for dental, vision. But a lot of employers are offering those. And even if you guys rolled it out, first couple of years, you only had a couple people taking it. It's no really skin off your back. It would probably be a good offering to them. We're working on the financial analysis, what that would look like. Because also with HSA plans, it's going to be a lot different from your current plan. Because HSA plans, they are regulated by the IRS, right? So they have stipulations in there. So for instance, one big thing that would be different with the HSA plan is for 2026, the IRS has came out and said you can have a minimum of $3,500 deductible with that. So obviously it would be a big increase. But Mark and I have talked about it if we've, made it a little cheaper for some of those employees, and there's also, employer funding some of that, may have some people that would offer, move to that plan. But the big thing, we just have to make sure the education's correct for people. They understand how that works, the benefits of using that for them and their family. But wanted to kind of get you all.
So then our PPO plan that we have now would have to go, the premium would have to be raised.
We are looking at that a little bit.
Otherwise, you'd have no drive to go to it.
Hypothetically, yeah.
Yeah, we've looked at it a few different options. The reason being we may not have to raise that is because obviously you're gonna have a higher deductible. And then obviously with you guys rolling out that second plan, once again, you're not gonna get a ton of people to move, but your stop loss carrier is gonna see that. With a higher deductible that you're offering, if you have people move, that's a little bit less risk on that. Yeah, it's only gonna save you maybe 1.5% on your stop loss premiums. But that's also to take into effect as well. But yeah, we've been working on financials. If we put it up just a hair, or if we kept it where they were, just offer it lower, and kind of looking at the claims trend for that as well.
So would the free clinic have to change?
So that's one thing we've talked about as well. We would have to offer with an HSA, regulation, you can't be first dollar benefit. So there would have to be, we can put in a small copay for those. It'd be like, we can do a $10 copay. So anytime you go over to see the clinic, it could be $10. Mark and I have gone back and forth on offering, and I just know he gets employees and members that bring it up to him. So we kind of lay it out to you guys, get your thoughts. Is this something we should continue to look into, dive a little deeper on the financials, or would you guys prefer sticking maybe with one plan going forward?
My first thought is to keep with what we're doing and not add another level of problem to it. At first, I was thinking that you were talking about just having a savings account only.
Oh, like a flexible savings account.
Yes,
Yeah,
like, that's what I thought you were talking about. And I thought, well, that's just another thing that somebody's gonna have to manage. So again, I'm open to anything, and we've talked about it before a little bit, but.
It's good and it's bad because it does offer, some benefits, and I'm not trying to trash it out, but, ultimately too, we just switched to this clinic model, which has got high utilization, And with the HSA, we don't want to say, oh, well, now you got a $10 copay, you still have to go to the doctor for $10, anywhere else, but, that's still, it's a change point, but,
Yeah.
so.
Commissioner Stefano?
I say we stay where we are.
Yeah,
That's
that's,
just,
yeah.
no.
I think it gets brought up
Let's not
because
complicate things. I mean,
Yeah.
that's-
I think it just recently with that survey kind of struck me back up. We need to look into this if you guys would like, but if you don't want to look at it, it's fine. And you don't have to change anything or worry about communicating that as well.
And it would be something else I have to manage, though. I mean, you're not getting, you're not getting HSA vendor, we're going to do some more payroll deductions. We'll be moving county funds into the HSA when they get,
Some banks gotta manage this.
Yeah, I mean, we have vendors that do it. Some companies around here use the local banks as well. It's kind of what you want to do.
Commissioner Haas, had thoughts on it?
Oh, I'd be open to it, but, doesn't sound like the other two are, so.
I'd say we focus on what we're doing.
That's fine. That's,
Because I do see that in some of the departments and things, and
Mhm.
committees and things I'm on, you just keep trying things and you get so big and you lose focus on the main thing.
exactly.
And so if this is gonna move the needle a little bit, I'd rather work on maybe something that'll take a bigger bite.
Yeah.
If that exists.
Exactly.
But again, you guys are experts. If you look at it one more time and you say, no, I think this is really gonna make that change for us, then that's
Yeah.
great. Well, I think we would consider it, but it's not first priority for me.
Yeah, no, that sounds good. I think that's all we got. Let's see, any other questions?
No,
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, Purdue Extension update?
Morning, thank you all for letting me come this morning. My name is Jennifer Mayo. I am what's called the Regional Operations Leader for part of our Southwest area. So I'm just gonna come give you a little bit of update this morning about Purdue Extension and answer any questions that you might have. I do have papers. Okay. If you'd like these, it just talks a little bit about, thank you.
Did Chelsea have to come today?
No, not today. We've known for a couple of years, we looked at, our structure, what extension looked like, and had to find something more, feasible long-term for us. And so going forward, when you look on the back of that, there's a chart. And so now we will do, where typically, like in our line, it says contractual services, where it says contractual services, that will be where it says the new investment. So in submitting the budget, last week, the week before, I don't remember, it's actually less this year than it was the previous year. Because Purdue will absorb the computer costs for educators, mileage, where typically those have always been, like mileage was a pretty big line item. And so those are all now absorbed. I'm happy to answer any questions, or I can talk about the regional structure.
If you can just give me a moment, I'd like to.
Sure.
Look at something. Sandy, on this document, this is the one you would have provided me with in the file, right? Even though in here it says requested, this is what this would be the file.
What depends which version you have.
7-1,
I would think that'd be-
that'd be the final one.
So last year we spent 136,660.
Right.
And this year 140 is what you're requesting. So how are we making?
It should have been, I didn't bring that paper, I should have brought it with me this morning. In the contractual services line, the total is 140 from 136 last year. Is that what? on that contractual services
Yes, that
line.
part is correct.
So we took out mileage, I think was $8,000 last year maybe.
So you're talking the total budget or
Yes,
just
ma'am.
that line item for
Yes,
those?
no, the total budget should be less this year from last year. While the contractual services number will look higher, lots of other things were taken out that are now absorbed
Okay,
by
I
Purdue.
misunderstood.
So where mileage was, I think it was about $8,000 last year,
It
it's
should be on that.
It
maybe
says here we
$1,200.
travel at 11,100. Was what,
Was that last year?
26?
He's got 26
Okay.
budget.
So for 27, I think it's maybe $1,200.
So to remove from, basically we've removed from the budget the travel and we would take out, well, at least partial travel, because they may want.
Yes, so like the program assistants that turn in mileage, the office manager, if they go to, the post office, wherever, all of that, is still included, but it's much less than it was previously. And then typically, I've been with Extension 7 years, and it's always been a computer lease program where we're kind of moving away from the lease program. So computers for educators will be covered, by Purdue, but then, you know, if there's one for the office manager, those kinds of things, that's still included in the county budget. So that's a little bit this year also for 27.
So Ms. Mayo, do you believe we would remove the travel line from the budget completely or just remove what your estimate was?
I think this year, we started with $1,200 and I don't anticipate them going over $1,200. I think it might end up less than that, but I think we'll just see where we're at, partway through the year, because most of that travel, with $11,000, that you said for last year, a lot of that was from educators. So that's now being absorbed by Purdue. So like Molly, Kenny, Chelsea, that is all now absorbed by Purdue.
So if we took it from 11,100 to $1,200, you think that would be sufficient?
Yes.
And can you remind me, how is where it says new investment? I got a couple questions. One, do we have any say in it? And two, yeah, we'll start there.
So it's population based now. So instead where there wasn't a whole lot of transparency on where the numbers came from before, and how they would increase. So now it's full transparency. It's based on county population. It's reassessed every 2 years. So for 2027, that's what it is. And then in 2 years, it'll be reassessed based on county population.
So by code, we are required to pay $140,000.
That's what contractual services is.
Yes, okay, no, that's okay, I'm not saying that's just what it is. So then the remainder of the costs are optional costs?
And I'm working with Chelsea to, really figure out what we need in the budget, because this is new. I mean, all 92 counties are moving to this. So I'm working with Chelsea as a CED to make sure, this is what we need. And so I know there's, I think, 4 employees on there. Like some of the other things, like professional dues, those things came out. So I think a lot of it, was either significantly cut, lessened, or totally taken out.
What about, maybe just help me out here, so like office supplies?
So that would be like,
I mean, I know what office supplies are, but I'm saying that needs to continue to be in a budget for us in addition to
sorry, say that again,
that needs to continue to be in our budget in addition to the
contractual services.
contractual
They
service.
do still need office supplies, because that goes for like Post-its, the paper, to print newsletters. I know Kenny does some printings for PARP, some mailings for that, things like that. Those are all office supplies that they use.
Can you tell me how the contractual services are used?
Can you,
Yeah, well, how are they used? So we
The
put
funds.
$140,000 in and it goes to, do we send it to Purdue? Or do we?
yes,
Okay, and then Purdue
Yes.
sends that money back down to pay for what?
it all goes up to Purdue, then Purdue pays salaries, all of the things. than go in with having extension educators and extension.
So Purdue also pays for like professional development for the staff and all that side of things for the extension staff. So it will also this year pay for mileage and computers for the Purdue extension aid staff, whereas the mileage for that is left in there will pay for the county aid staff.
Because it seems we pay that money, but then we also pay for all the staff and we pay for all the other stuff that's included.
But that pays for the Purdue extension educators that service your county.
The other, are you talking about the other salaries within?
Right, so we pay for the educators separately, correct?
It's
Over
a
and above that
different-
140?
Yeah, contract.
Okay, so that's the difference. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm, like I said, I'm not trying to fight, I'm trying to
And it
understand.
does not pay all of their salaries, it doesn't come close, that, it's partnered with federal funds, grant dollars, and, state dollars as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm catching up, I think. I just want to make sure that I understand.
And I truly do want this process to be transparent. My cell phone number is on the back there. So if you ever have questions, please use it, call.
I think one of the questions they had at the last meeting was they wanted to freeze hiring one of the office staff that hasn't been filled since April.
Okay.
And that they were gonna table it to hear Chelsea's discussion today,
Okay.
so.
And I mean, I think like that's kind of a decision that you all can kind of collectively come to. I know that they use that program assistant to go and do programs within the county, but Extension is going through that transformation where we have educators that are now going to be regionally based. So where you still have Kenny, Molly, and Chelsea in the office, we get to go back to doing what we're good at, and that's what I'm excited about. So instead of having to be really good at 20 different things, which isn't manageable, you get to be really good at one thing. And so, somebody had mentioned mental health is a big need in the county. So Purdue Extension offers youth mental health first aid, teen mental health first aid, and adult mental health first aid. And so if that's something where, you decide this is a huge need in the county, this is a huge need in our county, this is what we really need, that's something that we can do because we have people in, I was based in Spencer County where I'm certified in that. So I would be able to come over and dedicate time to facilitating those programs that you've identified as a big county need. So that's the really exciting part, that we get to do what we're good at instead of having to be masters of 20 things. We get to do what we're good at.
So if one person does cooking services, something along with making healthy meals,
Right.
they would just do that in all 8 counties or whatever your
Yes,
region.
similarly, yes, fairly similar. I don't know that we'll ask them to go to 8 different counties and do the exact same thing, but yeah, very, very similar. Why did I extension?
If you guys have questions, please hop in. So you don't have any insight onto necessarily that program assistant yourself?
I mean, I think you can do it one of 2 ways. You can approve hiring a person, they can hire somebody, we can see what they're able to accomplish with that person. Similarly, you could choose to not fill the position right now. We can track what we're not able to do without that position and then come back and ask for it again if it's a need. I think that's,
I guess I don't understand, is our people locally support staff for your educators, or do they do programming themselves?
I think it's both. So my understanding was, correct me if I'm wrong, a couple of
I
years
always thought
ago.
they were just support staff to help.
I came along because Jen is new in this role. She started, what was it, June 1st? Yes, so, and she was the 4-H educator in Spencer County, so still had to run her fair and all of that before she's getting to learn all of her counties. So, the program assistant, when we have program assistants hired in counties, it is different from county to county how they're utilized. But the program assistant in Du Bois County typically does a lot of in-school programming and after-school programming, as well as supporting programs that have larger numbers of youth. Whenever our educators go to them, they provide another staff person and then some of that behind the scenes. And then we have the office staff that helps with, finances and just those office needs that need to happen. And then, so basically we have schools, I know Jen and I have talked with Chelsea, we have schools that are kind of asking, hey, when's Purdue Extension coming into our school this year? And we don't have someone to send in right now. Now, our educators can do that. Not every county has a program assistant. So educators can provide that, just not at the volume. So I guess you guys kind of have a decision to make as to whether we want to go ahead and try to hire again, get that person trained up and report back on a regular basis as to, what Purdue Extension is providing in the county with the program assistant that's county paid, and then also with Purdue Extension staff. Or if you want to see in this transformation model what Purdue Extension looks like without hiring that role, but kind of leave that open in your minds that it might really be a need if we have, if we have a lot of people calling and asking, why aren't you coming? Well, we don't have the staff to do that right now because that position wasn't rehired. And then maybe next year at this time, we're looking at, that was not something we should have cut and we need to go back and rehire that. So I think that's kind of a decision that's in the leadership's hands at this point. I know every county is struggling with funds right now, and if that's something that has to be cut, we can just kind of track those needs for you, and Jen and Chelsea can come back and continue to report what those needs are that are unmet needs. Because there will be unmet needs, but there are everywhere, right? So I guess just we respect your decision on that as you travel with us through this transformation of extension. And I think to the end user, Jen and I have talked to the end user. Your constituents, they're probably not going to notice a huge difference in Purdue Extension other than the fact that we're bringing in more specialized support because educators are going to be able to have a focus area. And so you might see somebody whose office is in another county, but they're specialized in a certain area versus having your county educator all the time doing the programming here. It will provide a higher level of service, or it should provide a higher level of service. Obviously, we're just starting on that. We don't have the data on that yet, but it should.
So can you walk me through these? So the office manager, I think I understand what that person would do.
Yeah.
Berger. Then we have a program assistant, Alan, right, last name Alan?
She's the one that has.
He's the one that's vacant, okay? And then we have another one that says, program assistant bilingual. How do we still have that one?
Yeah,
Still in?
she's still in there.
Okay. Seasonal assistant, have we been using a seasonal person? Okay,
I think that's 0.
so that's a 0. And then it has an additional support staff person. And we're still using that person. Is that on
Part-time,
as needed?
part-time.
Okay. So really, the question for us regarding staffing would be, do we either basically don't fund or remove the program assistant position for 27, or we don't?
Freeze the hire for a while or not.
Right, okay. And the other ones, does the
Yeah.
board have any, we're not gonna do anything with the office manager, right? That person keeps the business running, basically. The bilingual assistant, you're saying you need to have a need for that again, correct?
Yeah,
And the support staff, you have a continued need for that person?
yeah, she's the part-time, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
So I guess our only question then is on that. So that's where we landed last time as well. Do we
I
want
suppose
to?
the other option would be, I think you said, you could budget for it in 27, but pause the hire, and we could come back and continue to justify the need for that, or what, and then we either hire or we don't hire. At least you have the funds held, or maybe it looks like that moves into a part-time kind of role. Sometimes it's difficult to hire part-time staff, and I don't know what that looks like on your that side, if it really saves you. I know at Purdue Extension, when we hire a half-time person, it doesn't save a whole lot, because by the time you add all of the additional costs of having an employee, it's not the big savings, but I don't know what your numbers look like on your end.
I think my position would be the representatives haven't said that this is going to be a humongous detriment to the organization, that they're going through a transition. We can see how it will be without it. And if we need it in the future, we can bring it back. So that's where I would be on the single position. And then we keep the office manager and the other assistant and the part-time person as needed. That's where I would stand.
Agreed.
Commissioner Hostetter?
Yeah, I'm not opposed to that.
I think my goal is to just continue to have open communication, and
Absolutely.
anytime you have a question, my
agree
cell
with
phone number's on there, please reach out.
Right.
To just continue to report back and
Communicate so we know.
So,
Absolutely.
okay. So sometime today when we're gonna be going through our budget, a little later in the meeting, I guess we'll have to make those decisions. And then so that the bad thing about Chelsea not being here is I can't really ask you about the rest of these budget items, if she needs additional revenue or that she had too much or not enough for.
I think what was submitted, is what you
is,
need.
yes.
They looked at the revenue and all that together.
Did she provide you a budget?
I don't have a copy of it, if Brooke has it, maybe I don't. Yeah, I thought she was coming, so.
Okay, so we'll basically, do we want to eliminate the position or just freeze it for now? Probably freezing it would be the
Just
ideal
freeze
position. And then if they come in and say, we're dying and here's why the community needs it, then it'd be easier
I think so
to
too.
bring it
Yeah.
back that way, so.
Absolutely.
The thing is, if we budget it, it'll be budgeted money that we can't do on anything else.
So do we need to have that budget brought over? Is that gonna be a budget we're going to have to review before we pass it forward to the council? Okay, so again, I don't wanna mess this up because you'll be probably leaving. I don't think you wanna sit through the rest of this. If you can avoid it, we're going to take the travel budget down. We're going to take the computer maintenance out, and $140,000 is the contractual services.
There was still a little bit in there for, I don't remember what the exact term was, something for computers, but it was just for,
There's an equipment line,
maybe that was it.
that's only $1,000, but the computer maintenance was. Computer maintenance says 3,600. So you're saying here, educator technology is 5,100, but now you're saying we do need to keep some.
It's for, that's the educator, computers, those things, but this is
That
for
were
the
removed.
office, yes.
This for what?
The one that's still in there is for the office manager, program
For
assistant,
your-
Employees.
Not for them.
for the county paid employees that are still in the office.
So computer support is $500. We have that in here. So if we would leave that. So I'm just trying to determine which ones of these are ones we need to keep, which ones aren't. So we have computer support was $500 last year. Equipment was $1,000. And then we had computer maintenance was $3,600.
Like computer maintenance is where it was.
The 2027 budget should be correct. Are you looking at 27?
Well, I'm looking at what was approved.
Okay, yeah.
Approved
So
last.
the 27 one will be correct whenever you.
She's gonna
receive
bring a
that.
copy over.
I'm just thinking when she brings that over, so my note, or my understanding of the conversation was, according to this, I thought we were getting rid of the computer part.
You'll have to keep a little bit that helps with your county employees' needs.
So whatever is in there for
But
the
it'll be
27.
significantly lower.
And they're still gonna stay located where they're at, they're
Yep.
not gonna move or anything like that, 'cause I know that was supposed to be temporary.
Yeah, it's supposed to be temporary. We would like to
Page 6. If you're looking for
have
that.
better, better option, but
I think I don't know where they're at on that.
yeah.
I think Chelsea just got a new contract.
So you worked as what was your position in Spencer County?
4-H educator. And then the county extension director in Perry County.
So I just had a couple notes. So again, is it still the idea that we're gonna be in a region with Evansville being the far end and we'll be the northeast end?
Yes.
Those maps are still the same, so we have 8 total counties in this region. And staff-wise, as far as the county, where you went over that, so you think where we landed on that is gonna be satisfactory? And how does our staffing in DuBois County compare to Perry County and Spencer County and other places that you work?
Well, DuBois is bigger than Spencer and Perry. In Spencer, we have one office manager, I have a summer assistant. And that's kind of what we may do with it. We had
As far
a,
as county staff.
we had a health and human sciences educator and ag and natural resource educator. So that, I mean, it's
So
the
like Warwick has 2 full-time, county staff,
Vanderburgh County has
Vanderburgh
4.
County has 4. So it just depends. It varies from county to county, not always based on population, but what the county need is there and what the budget availability is, so.
So would you say, in your
Sometimes we
opinion,
see
we're
really small
staffed
trucks.
appropriately, too much, not enough?
I would say we're staffed appropriately.
I think if not, we'll come back and make a case for here's what we've not been able to do and.
You know, we have a plan right now for the entire state that looks really great on paper, and I think most of our staff are pretty excited about it. I used to supervise, so not that it really matters to you all, but I used to supervise 41 people in 16 counties for Purdue Extension as the area director. So August 1st, it'll switch over to our regional operations leaders will be a layer in between that of 4 people. So they'll be able, or 4 counties. So Jen will be overseeing 4 counties, and then I will be supervising the regional operations leaders and providing team leadership through this transformation. So you should see an increased level of support for all of your county staff through this model. And then, like I said, from the field side up to campus, we have an additional layer of support with specialists as well that are closely connected with the university. So instead of there being this big gap from county to university, there's now a layer of specialists that can come in and provide additional support in all program areas. So hopefully we see more of a synergized Purdue Extension rather than, I keep saying, instead of having county by county by county on the map, we should see a fabric that covers all constituents in the state of Indiana that provides exactly what they need. So if your county has an increase for, like she said, mental health, and another county has an increased need for something else, we can provide the support that you need instead of saying, well, Chelsea's your educator and she doesn't do a lot with that. Sorry, it's gonna be more, not saying that she does a good job with that, but just as giving an example, we should be able to plug and play where the needs are instead of being so rigidly based county by county.
What would you say if somebody in the public said, what's the number one benefit that the extension office provides to DuBois County residents? What's that gonna be?
Just for me, I think 4-H is your most visible program. I think across a lot of our counties, 4-H is your most visible program. You just had the fair. There's a lot of kids in 4-H, not to take away from our other programs, because I think, the mental health program that I mentioned is not part of any of that and is amazing. So I think it probably depends on who you're talking to, what their interests are, what that is, but I think
It probably depends on who you pull and ask, depending on what they utilize Purdue Extension for, because the people that are directly tied to Kenny and A&R programming are going to say, that's it, right?
That's important.
Right.
Yeah, great program.
And if you have a preferred method of contact, however often you want me to come to meetings, just let me know and I'm happy to come and give reports or whatever. Sure.
So will we still deal with Chelsea, like payroll issues and all that, or will we be working with one of you, or?
So we'll have somebody based, so we're still working out just a little bit to be really transparent about it. We will still have someone in each county that will be kind of a direct contact, but she will be overseeing that as well. Yeah, so I don't know kind of what the level of that is going to be. I think we have some counties where we have large gaps. Luckily here, we don't have that, but we're gonna need to do some hiring in some counties and things and try to figure out where that happens. Here, I would say Chelsea would remain, one of your main contacts, and she'll be, sending that up Jen's way as well. So,
So the short answer is yes, that's who she would continue to do.
short
it.
answer is yes, it might change as we go through this process a little bit and be more Jen.
Okay.
As for right now,
And do you guys know from the wage study, or maybe you know, were they included in the wage study?
Mhm.
So these figures are the ones that should have been approved by the county council, or what they're proposing, not that they've been approved just yet. So I would assume that the commissioners would give the guidance to the council that the one position is frozen, and the council would be the ones that would take that off of the budget if they chose to take that off the budget. Okay. So we still have office supplies. Okay. Contractual services, what we discussed earlier. So travel went from 36 to 24. Then we have a phone line item. That is an increase of a couple hundred. So I guess my thing is that the savings that you're saying we're getting on here aren't reflected in the budget. So our contractual services is increasing by $3,340, and then they have rent goes up, so that's one thing. Computer support is still in here. Computer maintenance is on here. It says technology, so we were gonna have a savings, but it went up by $1,200.
Because of our people in the office, our local people.
So is that a different line item on
That's
that
what
page?
she's saying. You're no longer paying for the educators, you're only paying for our local staff.
Where does it show we're paying for the educators now?
Well, I think it was only in those line items before. I was under the impression when they said this new program, we were gonna save money, and it doesn't look like we are.
so some counties are paying a significant amount more. It depends what your population was. The old model was based off of populations from like the late 80s and did not, there was no way to explain it. And so that was the goal with this new model. It's a big shift for some counties. Some counties are, like Vanderburgh County, for example, has got a pretty big jump that they have to make because their population has grown.
So the bigger counties are probably paying more. The smaller counties are getting less.
Commissioner Stephenagel on that.
Are paying the same amount. Well, you're kind of like a medium, you know, so. I just stated that.
I just knew in our area, we paid more than anybody.
No,
All the ones that touch us,
Davies pays a significant amount more. They will not be in this new model because they have a smaller population, but prior to this, they were paying over $200,000. I don't have that number memorized, but it was pretty.
no, when I heard this, I go, oh, maybe we'll start saving something.
Yeah.
But I hadn't seen anything, so.
And like we said, our business office at the university will be doing a reassessment of the numbers every 2 years. Obviously, for us, we're trying to be as fiscally responsible as we can as well, and We understand the crunch that you guys are under as well, so we have to, we'll have to do our part, right? So,
Overall, I think I understand where we're at and,
And if you look at this later and something comes up, please just call me. I'm happy to
Sure.
answer.
Commissioner Stefano, we have any further questions
sir.
or comments on the
I don't.
budget? Would you like to see here, this is the full budget, that's what they are doing year to
That's
date.
current.
So I think I understand where you're at, and I reviewed the budget and there and compared it to last year, so it looks like Tiffany. I don't have any other questions.
please let us know too if you see something that you think is not in alignment. This is new for us as well. We're trying our best to go through every county budget. For all 16 of my counties looks so different because some counties added lots of different things in and some counties didn't. And so the goal is for all 92 counties to be paying a level amount per their constituents for the services that you're receiving, and that was just not happening before. So hopefully, when you talk with your other counterparts throughout the state, you could kind of see, I don't know if you ever talk about what your budgets are and how much you spend for certain things, but if you do, it shouldn't be like, wow, we don't pay that, or you don't, it should look more level across the entire state, as every extension office has been asked to take a look at their budget and cut out what can be cut out, and because our contractual services will be absorbing some of that. Okay?
I thank you. Any other questions from the board? So I guess while we're still on this topic, just so it's in the record, I'll move that we freeze the program assistant director that is vacant at this time until further notice.
I'll second.
Any other discussion?
No, sir.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
We'll keep you updated.
Otherwise, we're good. Thank you for coming in. It's nice
Thank
to see
you, ladies.
Any quick break?
Okay. And when we come back, Mr. Paygreg, you'll be up. Yes, sir. Double check it. It looks like we have traveled.
One more thing before I leave the government.
Yeah, which is good. I think she is down
You're looking forward to it?
I am.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good change. I think it'll be a good change.
You walk in and maybe just look at you like, what the heck are you doing here?
It's like, wait, I know that guy.
It's very funny to look at the face.
I don't really care anything. It's pretty good comment. I don't really get that. You do? How'd this weekend go? Everybody do good this weekend?
So, it's just me and Sylvia starting to take Sunday morning in a room. When we sent her away, she was mobile. She got 5 weeks. She said she was so done.
There's a big brother in that.
She's just gonna become a daddy girl. She's gonna become a daddy girl.
I don't know, she's mad at me right now. I can get her out later. 5 weeks.
Good work. Nice work. I didn't touch it. What is yours? I don't know. 71. I didn't think about it this morning, but I was sitting up here earlier and I was thinking, but I hope it don't get up because I didn't do anything to it. Friday, I'm driving in and drop my truck off.
Yeah.
That one on Wentz Road, I walked down there. We're gonna feel these back to the board. I had a tree out of my woods in the right on my pipe, on the sidewalk, the whole driveway, the whole sidewalk. There you go. Tractor had to fucking pull it out. It's a freaking nightmare.
Winding down in the summer. You'll catch up on schedule.
Yes.
Come back to order, please.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, we'll move into we're about a half hour behind, but we'll do our best. Commissioner and council handover. Okay, we did have a veteran service officer, Nick Hagrady. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. So I'm just coming coming forward, hopefully to be able to push in towards for the budget for the 2027 side of things. The handout that I gave to you earlier, that's basically just showing from just the last 2 weeks. We've already seen over 100 veterans just within the last 2 weeks. And I know a lot of that just is because of the influx between property tax and everything else, but what that doesn't show is also every time a new veteran comes in for the property tax, that also is a new and potential veteran seeking increases and additional benefits from it. So, so it's not just once this goes away, it's not that our office is gonna slow. We're going to start looking at a more higher volume for those that are at lower percentages, looking to get higher percentages because of the new benefits that are offered from that. So, so since 2 weeks ago, we've seen over 1,039 total veterans, in-person visitors. And then on top of that, to include the overall phone calls and everything else, which is about, basically comes out to 1,266 total veterans interactions. And so we're about up to, from where we were before, where it was a 10, we're about 11 veterans every day that they're handling or dealing with on an average. So once again, so my proposed original recommendation is obviously we're looking for 2 full-time positions. I know per our meeting and everything else we discussed that probably the potential might be easier to or present to for the council would be the 1 full-time and 1 part-time, which, you know, I'm not opposed to because at least we're moving in the right direction. I definitely, once again, though, on my end of it, I see the full-time value of it. And then after listening to all the other previous from before me, especially on the insurance side, I would like to also mention too, within my position, I would be waiving to the insurance side, so that $24,000 and something
You
dollars,
would be doing what?
I would waive to my
Gotcha.
insurance side of things, which would also make them a substantial cut, because with me being retired from the military side and everything else, I do not need that. And that'd be up to the next VSO, hopefully the next 5-10 years, to have to worry about their proposals, right? So, so that would also be something to take into consideration, that for that budgeting side of things, I know it doesn't quite show, but that would make a difference substantially between even both my position as well as making it more interesting and with being able to bring in for the administrative assistant being a full-time position, because we would cut that cost out just in the health insurance. And I don't know how the scheme of that worked, because that's, once again, that wasn't in my job description when I came into this thing, was worried about health insurance. So, but like I said, that's kind of what I bring forward in. So I do have between the 2 options for the overall, I think I emailed everybody for the proposed budgets for all 3 options. I do have a print off for it and everything else. It would just be to the conversation of the deduction between for the overall insurance side of things on removing that, because like I said, that's the difference between the, I think I averaged it out at 25,000, so I feel pretty good that I made that up. And I was pretty close to what the actual average is anyways. But that's the difference between 25,000 to 50,000 being taken away from the overall budget.
Are you saying you have this budget form with you?
Yes, for both, well, for all 3 options, because like I said, to be full transparent with the whole position of everything else, you know, with the wage study, I went ahead and went with the wage study as a part-time, and then wage study between 2 full-time and then 1 full-time and 1 part-time.
Can you give me the part-time administrative assistant and the full-time BSO, please? Can you?
Yeah, for the total cost for that portion?
Go ahead, I'd like to see it.
Oh, yeah,
Just so
sorry.
you don't mind. I know I had it, I just wanted to refresh myself on
Let me go through which one I
it.
have.
Regarding the health insurance, if we move the position to full-time, we're gonna put it in the budget and they'll have to put it there, because you could change your mind, or if we get it, if you decided to leave, we would have to have it in there.
Yeah,
of course. We would have.
No,
to
I
budget
understand.
for that.
I'm just saying.
Okay, so this is option 3 that you provided me, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Which is under basically working at the still the current part-time positionings, which, like I said, it's not necessarily a want on my end, it's more of a need to the county. That's the reason why the full-time position, I know it's been pitched many times before me, and at least within the last 6 VSOs in 6 years. So should potentially speak to the fact of the part-time not working and the overall work and the overall value that actually comes from the VSO's office in itself. Once again, we're not just here to push papers, we're here to advocate for the veterans. So when it comes to any and all claims, and the numbers that are given are the 23,000, I think, for what we actually have within our county are based off veterans. That does not include the spouses. Because once a veteran passes away, their spouses now also are entitled to certain benefits depending upon where they fell in the realm of things. So you could potentially double that, and then we're working at a full-time, 5,000 veteran county, just based off including the spouses and everything else.
So after meeting with you and discussing it informally with a few of the council members, and I think the place where I would land would be to make Mr. Paygragan or the VSO position itself a full-time position. It'd be 40 hours. We talked about doing a flexible schedule in that potentially on Wednesdays, for example, they would be open a couple hours later to match what the courts do. And some of the other offices, so for people that cannot get there during regular business hours, that would give them an additional opportunity. I want Du Bois County to be a veteran-friendly community. I think this is another step in that direction. I think there's things being done in other offices, the recorder's office, for example, and the things that we've been doing down here and the opioid funds that we've helped with Operation Mind, Body, and Soul and things. I think we've made a commitment to our veterans, and I think this is another step in that direction. So my opinion would be to move forward with a full-time veteran service officer. And I know this doesn't fully give them everything they want as far as the administrative assistant, but I do believe with the wage increase from the wage study for that position, I think it does show the county's commitment to the office again, that we find value in that position and the work that's being done there. So that's my thoughts on it. I'll pass it to Mr. Hossetter.
Yeah, I would agree. The handout he gave us today was option 3, the phased alternative, full-time VSO, part-time VSO assistant. I think it's a nice step forward, and we'll see how it goes. And maybe at some point we go to the full-time assistant, but as for right now, it's a good transition area.
Yeah, no, I agree with
You
you.
keep us well updated how it's going, as you always do.
Yes, ma'am.
6 o'clock on Wednesday nights.
So that was just thrown in there because the conversation myself and Chad had, it was just to kind of throw in a different,
Okay.
what we could provide with going into full-time, whether it be flexing to, and even with maintaining, say, with the example of being on a 6 o'clock on a Wednesday. So like
Okay.
Maria would be able to come in the office in the morning, and then, or we'd flex between the two. One of us would be coming in a little bit
Because
later
that was
to
my
meet.
question as far as the part-time.
Yes.
You would,
It would just be adjusting the normal
Just
hours would
that.
still work from the 9 to 4, like it would from anything else, or the 8 to 4,
8 to
excuse
4.
me. So it would work similarly to what the court hours is open to.
Okay.
And then the only difference would be probably myself or whatever would just adjust to the one day. So
Okay,
coming in a little bit
okay.
later, and
That was my
that would
question.
make a difference.
Okay.
But the full-time, Monday through Friday would
sure,
be
sure.
the ideal looking, or looking forward. And actually, I do need to give the option 3, I gave you the part-time one, sorry. This should be the actual reflecting for the option, for 3. I gave you the actual part-time one, not the option 3, I'm sorry. That's the difference between what the part-time looked and what the full-time was. So one full-time, one part-time. That's the actual, to it.
This is that both went full-time?
No,
that was
one full-time, one part-time. The one I handed you, I actually handed you with both part-times. So that way you can look at what the difference would be.
Yeah, this is the one we're not doing.
No, that's the one full-time and one part-time. Correct?
No, I don't think so. So the
The
one,
one I handed you, the newest one is.
this is the accurate one.
Yes, yeah, that's
Yes.
okay. All right, sorry, just making sure.
So I don't
So she
believe,
was 28 hours?
No, 28 hours are currently what we're doing as part-time.
In the future, Maria would still be 28 hours?
Yes, she would still maintain on the part-time schedule.
so at this point, I think what we should probably do if we are inclined would be to say, we're going to modify this position, the veteran service officer, and change it from part-time to a 40-hour full-time employee. If that's what the consensus of the board is. We do that first, and then we can approve moving this budget forward to the county council. Does that sound like a plan?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that we change the job for the veteran service officer from a part-time position to a 40-hour a week full-time position.
I'll second.
Is there any other discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. So that's done. And then secondary, is there any changes you want him to make to this budget? Any problems we have with the budget that he has?
I didn't see anything.
I'll say just, do we support him moving forward to the county council as is?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so.
Like I said, the only thing that is on we have a separate fund, the support fund, which is the donate and all that. I did not have that on here today, but that's just for specifically the main fund.
Yep, this will be fine. I think we support you fully going through with that, so just, there's a consensus for you to move forward, so we can reflect that in the minutes, and you're good to go, and would you like this back? We don't need it.
No, you guys have, I've got the copy of it, I'll say, yeah, whoever else has
But we'll
it.
give you a fully executed one. Okay. Is there anything else regarding the office or with the
No,
budget?
everything's flowing fine, we're working, staying busy, obviously, business is good right now, so
Obviously.
we'll keep on rolling, keep on going with the punches.
And thank you for what you do. We
No.
truly appreciate
Thank
it.
you very much, I appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up is the comprehensive plan survey, just to give an update on this. So the county wants to, well, myself, I guess, wants to encourage everyone to take the comprehensive plan survey. You can do that at DuBoisCountyComprehensivePlan.com. It's available in English or Spanish. So far, here's where we are with the responses so far. We've had 768 responses. Most of the people that are doing the responses are people age 55 and over, or that's what they're reporting. We're not verifying this information, that's what they're self-reporting. 35% approximately are from the unincorporated parts of DuBois County. So some of the most hot topic at the moment is the solar question. And so on the solar question, 37% of the people said that they wish the county would discourage it. And on the other end of the spectrum, the people that wanted to strongly encourage it was 7%. So there's a considerable discouragement on that particular issue. The policy document, what we're putting together is a policy document that would help guide us over the next 5 or 10 years. And just for the public, the comprehensive plan isn't a legal document. It won't change any of our ordinances or rules itself. It's a policy document. So if the policy for the county is we're going to do a certain thing, then it would guide us into making those actions outside of the plan. So again, the surveys at DuBoisCountyComprehensivePlan.com. Please take it if you want your voice to be heard. I'll bring this up that there was, Mr. Hoaxang put a video together saying some complaints about the survey. I take those as, he's probably right. It probably could have been better. So I don't think that there was anything nefarious, but there are open spaces. If you have something you want to say, please fill in that empty space with whatever you think. I told the comprehensive plan people, we had a meeting with a small group on Friday, and I spent most of a Sunday reading all 1,200 of the responses for the survey part 1, and made pages of notes, and all of those are read and they're taken into consideration. At that time, the number one thing out of all of those written comments and the concerns was people that were opposed to the Mid-States Corridor. So it's, but people, if there was 100 people that took the survey, then it wouldn't mean as much, but I think we had almost 1,200, maybe over 1,100 people take the first one. And so that means something, right? The people that are at least willing to take the survey are saying they were opposed to the Mid-States Corridor or a similar project, and the people currently are discouraging additional solar in the county. So that's really the main thing I have with that. Any questions so far?
No.
Okay, so we do have an upcoming public meeting. It's going to be on August 5th, and the auditor is part of the small steering committee there, and I believe that we kind of landed on a time of between 3 and 6 p.m. at the Tim Clark Cultural Center. I think we'll do it in that black box just because of cost. I think there's a bigger cost if you want the big middle section. The black box area is a little less expensive to use. And I think the plan is to they had a name for it, but the way I would look at it is, you're gonna have tables set up. We'll have, the auditor might be at one table, I'll be at a table, and her thing may be housing, mine might be solar, the next person might be infrastructure or roads. People can come in, they can say what they want, we'll track all of that, we'll take notes of it, and then probably at 5:30, we would have a summary or a wrap up. So if people were interested in, what did we just hear for the last 2.5 hours from people, we would wrap it up then. I think that's the area we're gonna be doing that, or how we're gonna be handling that for
Okay, I'm sorry, the location again, so everybody.
the culture center.
Okay.
In Clark down here.
Okay.
So, several of the meetings I've been to down there, they do it in the big atrium, but they also have I think is it called the Black Box Theater? Or Black something theater?
Couple of them.
Black Box Theater, so I've been in there for some events too, and it should be ample space for what we need. And again, if this is, people sometimes say that they don't have an opportunity to be heard, or they don't, whatever, and this is another one of those opportunities that people can say what they think. And again, if we go in there and there's 90% of the people feel one way about a subject, that's going to reflect in the comprehensive plan. Make sure I don't have anything else on that issue.
I've got the card, if somebody wants to scan it after the meeting.
It is on the website too.
I figured.
It's in the little box that pops up on
Okay, I think that's all I have on that particular issue. Okay, land use committee. So I guess I just want to open this up for conversation. A couple weeks ago, we talked about this is going to be something that we need to get on. I believe it was maybe Mr. Duncan or someone that a month ago said, hey, we better get on this thing. He said it, and I'm like, yeah, absolutely right. We're this far into it. The comprehensive plan isn't keeping pace with the time frame we need to work on some of this land use stuff. So we're going to try to do them concurrently instead of waiting until the comprehensive plan is completely finished. So one of our ideas was to have a committee of some sort to start looking into these things. So over the last 2 weeks, we were tasked with starting to get that put together. And have either of you had any thoughts or suggestions on where we go with it, Commissioner Stepdonova?
No, not at this time, I don't.
Commissioner Hostetter, do you have any thoughts on?
I wish I did. No, I don't really have anything.
Well, I've got a couple ideas. So the original idea, as I pictured it, would be there would be community members and there would be some county staff. We come together in a room, we look at the existing solar ordinance, for example. I think that's probably the biggest one. And we say, now that we're this far into it, where are we finding the biggest problems with it? Are the setbacks not sufficient? Are there not enough protections for non-participating people? Just to look through it line by line and say, 30 feet here isn't sufficient, that needs to be 100 feet. Or if they're going to build it at a certain area, there needs to be vegetation planted to block or whatever. I don't know what the particular thing that we'll come up with, but that's the whole purpose of having it, would be to hash out some of those. So we've got the way as I see it, I think we have a couple options. I sent an email to the council and the commissioners last, I don't know, over a week ago, to get some feedback. And I want to thank Meredith and Dina and Mike. They gave some responses. And one suggestion, actually I think a couple of the suggestions were saying we need to have some impartial third party run the committee so that it's, and nobody has any preconceived, whoever's running it would have no preconceived ideas of where we were heading. So I thought that sounded like okay. So the suggestion was to create an RFP for an impartial, I'll just read how I have my note here. professional land planning organization to systematically lead and guide the public and officials through the steps and legalities. So I think that that's important, but I think that's important once we get to the idea that, yes, we're going to implement some zoning issues, right? I think we need a professional at that point. I think we can start before we get to that part, with a local committee, because, I mean, we've got people that come to our meetings every month, they do their research, they dig through stuff. They're going to be more invested and more, probably more in tune with the local feeling than if we hire, I mean, because one of the people that gave feedback said, they gave a list of some attorneys that do this
Right,
work.
I've got a list.
And we have a list of, so there's like 4 attorneys that were given to us, and they said, and they've helped other counties through zoning. And I think that at some point, we will need one of those if we implement zoning to help us keep legal as we implement it. There's also people like, and Mr. Pippender's here, I was gonna ask about ink codes people, for example, they're working with the city of Jasper, Ferdinand, and Huntingburg about changes. So, a company like that potentially could give us some guidance. So we've got legal people, we've got private companies that do this kind of work. So we could probably go with either of those. Another person suggested that we get a 11-member committee with a range of professionals and citizens. I like that idea, but part of me says, I don't want to shut people out. So for example, if I say, we're gonna have an 11-person committee, and guess who gets to pick the committee? I do. And it's gonna be 9 people to work for the county and 2 citizens, right? I don't think that opens it up enough for all of the public to say what they want to say, and I want it to be an open forum. So does that make sense? Are you following with me?
Yes.
Because if I pick Amy and Mark, and we've got citizen participation.
Yeah.
And I don't know that would be real, I don't know that, for one, that'd be received well, and 2, I don't think it's the right way to do it. I want all the voices to be heard, so. So I guess my thought was, should we, instead of breaking it down, at least for a first meeting, instead of breaking it down and saying there's gonna be 11 people, or there's gonna be 7 people, or whatever that number is, a small group that sits around the room and talks about it. I think similarly to what we're doing with that comprehensive plan meeting, maybe we just have a open forum for the first one, and people can say, because the people here have done it. I mean, we've got people that care about this and are really digging into it, and they could say, I've read through it, here's my 15-point proposal. And I mean, it would help us have a starting point. And so I think that may be a way to kick this off. I don't know if starting with an attorney is the right path, nothing against attorneys.
An attorney that specializes in utilities or whatever.
Or going to ink codes and saying, hey, we'll give you a $30,000 contract to help us get started with this.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure they would do a fine job. They'd bring somebody up here that doesn't know about our community, and they would probably facilitate. But I don't know that that's a particularly great first step.
Right.
The only thing I would say about that, just playing devil's advocate here, is sometimes those ink codes, as an example, they're gonna bring up things that, questions we wouldn't necessarily know to even ask, because they've dealt with it before. So, that would be, one benefit of using one of those companies or attorneys.
Absolutely. I think that we're not gonna be able to, if we decide to implement something, I don't think we're gonna be able to do it without those kind of services. It's a big deal. Could we figure it out? Maybe. I wouldn't trust us to. We would need somebody that knows that they've done this before. But are you okay with this being a first step? Just
Absolutely.
basically having a public meeting and saying,
Absolutely.
bring what you got. Everybody can have time to speak. If 50 people show up and we don't have enough time to give everybody the amount they want, then we cut it off at a certain amount of time when we do it again. But I think that's a way to get public involvement, and
It's a good first step.
so that's about the best I came up with. And generally we don't do this, but does someone in the, because there's people that are passionate about the land use issue in the crowd, anybody want to make a comment now about how they believe that a good first step with this would be? If you have a minute of a comment or something, you're welcome to say it. You've heard what I proposed. You can say, that sounds terrible, this would be much better. Now would be a good time to say it if you want.
When are you gonna commit to a date to do any of this?
I think we would commit to start to do it today.
So you could have a date for an open forum to start the discussion?
Yeah.
And schedule.
Yeah, I think we should do that today or this week.
Schedule a time.
Right, yeah, I mean, I don't know, we could do it here, we could do it downstairs in that room, but again, I don't know how many people are gonna show up, but. Anybody else think it's a terrible idea, good idea?
Perhaps,
Yeah.
perhaps you could combine both of the things you were talking about, excuse me. Consult with one of the land use specialists or a land use attorney so that you guys have in your mind what kind of topics you need to make certain that the public covers, or you cover with the public, but then bring the public in for the forum. Not have the attorneys there or the land use company there, but just for your initial input for yourselves, so that you know what should be covered.
You're saying if we said, we'll do this meeting next Monday at 4:00, you're saying between now and then, talk to one of these people and say, what are some good first steps we should do? And if you give me this help, you may be in our good graces if we need to hire somebody later. I mean, or
I'm
something.
not sure I'd say that.
But I mean, because if we don't do it in a way that's like that, then they would be giving us their services for free. And
Well, but you could say, we would be looking for people later down the road, but
we're on the same page. I
not
think.
that they'd have an advantage.
I guess they'd have an opportunity to prove themselves in some way to be have that distinction. Mr. Hunziker?
And are you looking at a real comprehensive zoning, or are you looking at specific little portions?
I think what we need to do is look at it comprehensively, but I think the hot button item now that is under the gun is we have a moratorium in place for solar projects.
Right.
That thing will end in December, and we need to have, if we want to make changes to what we have existing, or take some incremental step, it would probably focus on that. So that would be one thing, but I think we will look at it globally as well.
Okay, because I know in '78 you started this project, you started zoning back in 1978 when they built Potoka Lake. Of course, you talked about it, and you never followed through with that because nobody wanted to look at the whole thing. Everybody wanted to control their own land. They didn't want anybody telling them how to evaluate, putting things there. So I think you need to look at it, you're right, take the hot spots. But I think you have to make it a comprehensive plan to really make it work.
Mr. Schneider, were you there in the meeting at 78? Can you give us some feedback on that?
I know that not much occurred since then.
Yeah, well, no, actually, I mean, I think there actually has been a lot that occurred. I've got the paperwork in there where they got pretty far down the road, they paid money for things. And people said, now that we get a real taste of what it is, not real excited about it. So I think we need to look at the solar parks, because that's what's on fire right now, for the public. And we need to then do the other thing as well. I think we need to explore it. And I'm thinking that the people, whatever the people say, I don't have a strong opinion that I could make an argument why it's a great idea and why it's a terrible idea. We've had these conversations since probably the first month we've been in office. Some people are gonna like it, some people aren't gonna like it. I wouldn't want somebody telling me, oh, you've got 6 acres behind your house, and I'm from the government, I'm gonna tell you what to put on it, or what you can't put on it necessarily. I don't like that. I'm within Jasper's jurisdiction, so I have to listen to their rules, and I'd rather not, but there is benefit to me, to there being rules.
I would make the suggestion, if you're gonna use E codes or say something like structure point, that it's gonna be a little biased. I know that E codes worked with Du Bois Strong in 2023. I'm not sure what their plan was then, but I would just suggest making sure their previous work isn't biased and already centered on anything like solar or the mid-states or whatever, you know, you use them for, especially if you're doing an open forum where you have the public come in, because it's just gonna seem like that was the plan all along. But you already had someone in mind for it, that was pushing one agenda instead of the other. But we want, just to be, for fairness, like, find someone neutral.
So, next, which one of you two wants to run that meeting? We'll work that out later.
We will.
Just one second, I'll let you say your part. But anyway, go ahead and say your part, and then we'll talk about scheduling.
I feel like if you appoint a committee, maybe have a representative from each little town in Du Bois County. And then you also have your professionals, but I know it could potentially be a much larger committee, but have someone from each little town, even though they may not have a township, on the committee. And maybe the town can appoint that
It
person.
might be easier to just get someone from the township, because there's actually a lot more
Probably
smaller towns.
centers of population.
I think there are.
But I mean, like, does
Yeah,
Ireland have a township? That's technically Jasper, so.
That's-
But I mean, Ireland and Jasper, they're very different. I think that people from like Ireland or St. Henry, and maybe St. Henry has a township, but.
Everywhere in the county has a township, and that could
We
be a
have 12
thing.
townships. in
So we could say, that could be a goal when we get to that
You are-
point.
You are correct, Ireland is in Bainbridge, which is the Jasper County.
No,
It's
Ireland's
Madison.
Madison. They have their own, they don't have a town council, is that correct?
They have township trustees.
They're not in town. They're unincorporated. That's where
All right, so I think I understand what the public's saying. Thank you for your feedback. I would think for the first meeting, we just let people come in and throw what they got on the table. The second meeting, we can make it where, maybe we formalize it a little more and find those different pockets of people. But initially, there's people in this room that are have strong opinions on it. I want to get those main opinions on, and if people have opinions that are completely the opposite of that, bring those into, it's going to be a safe forum to say what you want. My goal, I'll answer whatever questions people have if I'm running it, but my goal would be to keep my mouth shut and listen and, make notes, of what people say. That would be my goal. Next would be, when would be a time that this would be, so on one hand, I guess I want it to be convenient for people, and no time is convenient for all people.
Where would be a good location?
I'd be happy to have
Be big
it
enough.
downstairs, I guess. I don't know how many people would show up, and maybe 10 people show up, or maybe 70 people show up, you never know. I guess I just plan on having it downstairs and, if somebody shows up, and if we grossly underestimate the interest in the thing, then next time we'll know better. We'll do it at the gym.
You can look at the calendar and see what's open. If that's what you want to do downstairs.
So, do we want to have it during the day? Do we want to have it in an evening?
Evening.
I knew that was gonna be the census right
Well,
away.
that's fine.
It's obvious. You need to have it in the evening.
We have a
Okay.
meeting Monday in the evening right now, I have a feeling.
I'm losing money in here right now.
That's Monday's from council.
So let's do it in an evening, and then please no more outbursts from the crowd. Thank you. So I think that's a fine idea.
Sure.
We can do just a day next week, or
We're gonna stress on this coming next week. I would not have parking down here during that.
Yeah, 'cause this will all be closed off. Everything will be closed off. Yeah, that would be bad.
we don't want excuses, we want solutions. So is the Charleston Fest 29th, 30th, 31st, first?
I think so.
Right through there. So, well, I don't want to just say, hey, let's do it 3 days from now, and then that wouldn't give people time to prepare. So I think we could probably do something, Tuesday maybe.
Yeah, because we all have something on Wednesday, but that's in the morning. Take a look at it.
Are you saying Tuesday, the 28th, Chad?
Yes, also, Mr. Werner, the health department has a room up there that is large and it has more tables and more chairs, and that might be a little better for parking. That might be a better idea. So let's plan on having it at the health department, education room. It's I guess it's the north end of the building.
North side of the
So
building.
for the public that doesn't know where the health department is, if you were coming on 231 and you turned at Hugler and Sons and went back
2 blocks.
3/4 of a mile, it's there on the right.
1187 South Sneak Road.
And it's around the back. So you would take a right on St. Charles once you passed, once you got there, you park in the back. So what do you think? 4:30, 5:30?
Like 4:30.
4:30.
So how about 4:30 to 6 o'clock on that day? That'll be a start. And again, if that is insufficient, then we will do it again some other time.
And that would be open house style, so there's no problem if somebody comes in at 5:15, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So 4:30, 6 o'clock, health department, education room, I believe is what they call it. And we'll give it a start there. And yeah, I think that'll be a good start. Anybody on the board have another comment on that issue?
No, I think that's a fine plan.
He's the one that sent me text saying that we could use it, so I hope he would be available for that. Okay, good. And the other thing that I thought was, that I think may be a bit of a challenge with this going forward, but I'm sure this is just how it is. Du Bois County doesn't have all the resources that we need for everything, but some of these zoning companies that I looked at, one of them was in Cincinnati, one of them in Chicago, Inco's, I think is Atlanta. Has that been a problem, Mr. Pippinger, with them being in Atlanta?
No, they've been good. They're really responsive. I'm not sure I would fully recommend them truthfully for countywide comprehensive zoning because they do kind of incremental infill development.
Yeah.
But they've been really well. I mean, I think most companies nowadays will jump on a Zoom call with you or call text you.
Thank you for your input. Okay, let's do that then. All right, next item on the agenda, is there anybody here that wants to hear about the county administrator right now? Or budget, or can we move forward a couple and then come back to them? I just thought is that okay with the board?
Yeah, let's move it.
That way,
I have time to.
if Du Bois County wants to go, they
Yeah.
can.
Let's go ahead and move up to our 10 o'clock.
Okay, then we'll come back to those other ones. I mean, they're all important, but I don't want to hold people here.
Yeah, I'm here for the long haul, so.
Oh, are you here either way?
Yeah.
All right. And then Carla will bring you up next.
Unless you have somewhere to be, Carly. Colton Pippinger, I'm the executive director of Du Bois Strong. Commissioner Blessinger asked me to come in and kind of give a quick presentation on Grow Du Bois County. For the public benefit, I'd say, or those of you that might not know, Grow Du Bois County is kind of a separate, I guess they call it allocation from the county council and county commissioner to make sure Du Bois Strong funds and Grow Du Bois County funds are separate. Grow Du Bois County is more for projects, and strictly for projects. We don't take an overhead or administration fee or anything like that. So what you have in front of you all is a printout as far back as I have access to from our records. I believe 2014 was about when this started. On the left side, generally there, you can see kind of in yellow the county's contributions, and then the expenditures on the right side there. I've been able to go back and find some of these projects, not all of them. We have an external hard drive, a lot of things got moved to. But since I've started here in September of 2024, there's a considerable amount of money in there in that account. And Commissioner Blessinger sees a monthly report, or at least a quarterly report from our board on the status of the bank account, really. Since I've started here, two big projects. One that's been talked about today is Ink Codes.
That is a focus on Jasper, Huntingburg, and Ferdinand with infill development housing and some of those upfront costs and barriers to developers, reducing lot sizes, reducing some of the upfront restrictive pieces in zoning code while still keeping community character to promote more infill housing. Some of the developers that I've talked to that are doing some of that work now have been super appreciative. Reduces development costs and development time on the front end there, and that hopefully entices developers to build within city limits. And it also reduces the infrastructure growth outside the city. Subdivisions are still going to happen. We're still going to have to run roads, power, water, sewer. But if it exists in the city, it's a lot cheaper for development. Hopefully lowers that home pricing a lot. Our 2023 housing study, this was one of the big recommendations, was to review these codes, so putting that to use, and excited to be maybe 25, 33% of the way there, third of the way done. Doing a lot of assessment right now, and a lot of work with the counties and cities. The other one is a town attraction campaign, looking essentially to fill those houses, right? But also fill jobs here for our local employers, market DuBois County, and just kind of give a resource. I talked to somebody that moved into the county. They were between DuBois County here in Jasper, they ended up in Huntingburg, or Austin, Texas. So when they Googled DuBois County, they said all the news articles were about a deer that ran into somebody's house. So something as simple as that, when employers are offering an engineer a job that's never been to DuBois County, first thing they're going to do is go Google it. What pops up? What do we see? What resources do we have for new residents? And hopefully that kind of all trickles into one another. Those are probably the two biggest things that I hear I get when I talk to employers is we need housing, we need people, and then, followed by childcare and everything else. So I'm excited to kind of put actionable things with these dollars county-wide. So I know it looks like a lot, $192,451. I'm not sure before my time if there was a concentrated effort to hold on to funds, but since then we've deployed that and also had an additional $37,000 there through 2 additional grants that we're able to go into the account here to help offset some costs. So unencumbered funds sit today at $53,701.80. That includes a $40,000 contribution that you all made this year. So we'll be looking to identify a project here in the coming couple of months. But happy to answer any questions too.
The board members listed at the bottom, are those the current active members?
Yes, Max Verkamp, Jared Howard, Janae Laney Woodhull, and myself, and then Kyle Bromus was just recently asked to join the board, and we haven't had an official board vote, yes, and minutes approved, but that was the consensus. The bylaws when this was created, I believe, had some input from the county, and we have to have an educated representative, which is Jared Howard, a small business representative, a large business representative, and the executive director of DuBois Strong sits on it as well.
Okay. And so I see you have the receipts that were put in and then where the money is gone. How often has this board been meeting?
It's pretty irregular, I'd say. We met for a good while when we were trying to deploy these funds. We probably met 3 or 4 times trying to deploy and review contracts and make sure we're taking care of our best efforts and with the grant funding, making sure we're aligning dollars correctly. Right now with the 2 projects that we have ongoing with this group, I don't want to waste the time, right? They're pretty busy folks. So I want to be respectful of the time. We'll probably have a meeting here, I would guess mid-August. Maybe the next time we meet, but at least twice a year at a bare minimum we meet, but it just kind of ebbs and flows as projects happen, right? If we need to make decisions or review contracts or decide on new projects, just kind of.
So I don't know if I was mistaken, but I thought there was like a year or so where they didn't meet at all and that the board was kind of.
I think, so I know by the bylaws, just to remain active, they have to meet at least once a year, where I think that you can sign a unanimous consent of, hey, we didn't meet, but we're all here. That would have been before my time. I know sometime in 2024, there was a meeting that was approved, and then I was able to deliver the funds to the airport project that we talked about. Commissioner Blessing and I had a conversation about that. But prior to that, I I assume, I mean, I could go back through our records and pull minutes. This gets audited, with our yearly audit and DuBois Strong does as well, so, I would assume there's some sort of record that at least, we're more and more alive of the official language for that, but.
I wasn't a part of it, but.
No, there's a word for it that's not come to mind, I don't know if you would know it, but,
So my point in bringing you in was to say, does DuBois County need to continue to put money into grow DuBois County in addition to money into DuBois Strong? Because my points were, money had been accumulating. At one point, we had over 4 years of county money put into there, and it wasn't being used for projects. And so prior to the Encode zoning reform issue, that would have been accurate. We would have had 4 years worth of funds sitting there.
correct. And this is, the county contribution to DuBois Strong really pays for a lot of the overhead, the professional services, our accountant, right? Those pieces. Growing DuBois County allows us to actually deploy funds into projects, and it enhances our ability, right? Like the 2 grants we received, one from the foundation and one from Regional Opportunities Initiative, a regional group out of Bloomington that we're a part of. Those don't happen without having funds. So then, right, we have to figure it out from our end, or it's hard to get grant funds without having some sort of skin in the game, some sort of contribution yourself. I mean, you see that across the board with anything. So that's been a goal of mine, is try to not just only rely on the county dollar, but also look to see how we can leverage that to get additional dollars from granting agencies.
How is it in the benefit for DuBois County to grow DuBois County separate from DuBois Strong?
I think the original intent was to make sure you had specific project dollars and it wasn't going into salaries and wages and, payroll benefits, whatever it might be. So I think it was just a kind of a way to stay accountable of, hey, if we give these dollars, we want to make sure they're going towards projects. And I think that's the benefit of it, is kind of having a relatively secure pot of money that we know we can kind of rely on year over year, and start to leverage that. So as we look forward for projects, is it childcare? Is it business attraction? Is it water studies to identify plots of land for future economic development pieces for industry? We submitted a project for the airport site, and they like to have more power than what's available out there. And even just an extra megawatt, right? How long does that cost? How much does it cost? There was a water study done to see what that water would cost to grow from 90,000 gallons per minute. It's a water line upgrade, right? And just reducing those barriers to development. Site selectors are really site eliminators. So we're competing across 50 states. We might compete across one state, a couple of counties, whatever it might be, but they're looking for the one reason to cut us off the list. So when we know development costs, when we know what it's going to cost for water and how much water, the water line's going to cost and how many linear feet we need to run, when we know what power upgrades are, all that to say, having a pot of money that's relatively stable and really not a pot, right? I want to deploy this as much as I can, but we can address those issues that benefit the county. Tackle, I think, 2 of the biggest issues. I'd love to get into trying to figure out an actionable childcare strategy. I'd love to figure out an actionable, just countywide economic development strategy for future growth opportunities. We see a lot of good from our local businesses, but how do we continue to develop that? I think just having this fund is that security a little bit of, we have dollars to deploy on behalf of the county that, I'm not going to go pave a road, right? Well, these guys, I'm not going to go do some of these pieces, but it's a capacity builder for the county.
Do you know what the Catapult program was?
We searched long and hard for that one and could not find that one. I'm happy to dust off some of the old files and the old hard drives. Anything pre, I think 2019 is on an external hard drive, or 2 of them. We have 2 copies of it. We have to plug those up and start to search through some of those files. But I'm happy to provide those. And you can see some of the studies I've done in here, and want to make sure we start using those as well and finding those.
The one that says Foursquare's, Tri-County YMCA feasibility study for indoor sports arena and aquatic center, is that for the wellness center in Jasper? Is that what those dollars went to? That's under 2022?
I believe so.
Or is that the one for the Ferdinand, facility? You're not sure?
I'm not sure, yeah, those are.
Again, I'm asking you for things that.
No, I know, well, and I'm here now, so I wanna get you an answer, I can definitely follow up with you, but I don't know. I know the expansion on Ferdinand, but.
So the point, I brought this up to, I don't know if I brought it up to the Board of Commissioners, but I brought it up to Mr. Pippinger and to the county council members that, is this a good use of $40,000 every year? I think is the question that we should ask. And I don't think we've asked it for many years. It's been a normal part of it. In Du Bois Strong's, in their favor, I think for the whole time that we've been commissioners, I think the amount of money going to Du Bois Strong has been flat.
Yeah, so.
And the amount that's going to grow Du Bois County has been flat, so it's not, as I remember 20 years ago, where it felt like they were always begging for additional revenue for something. So it's been pretty flat. They've been trying to do the most they can with the amount that they were given. So I'm grateful for that portion of it, but that being said, still, I want to make sure that the $40,000 that is going to this portion of economic development is the best use of the money. The thing that I guess I didn't like last year was the county gave a large amount of money to the Frosty Jones terminal, and then the money that we gave to grow Du Bois County, they did the same thing. And I'm thinking, well, is that really necessary? If they're doing the same thing we're doing, why not us just keep the money and we'll make the determination on our own? That way there's more oversight. When they have it, it's a little more flexible as far as they can be more nimble than I think we could, because it would be appropriated. But as I look through here, I'm just thinking, I don't know what the catapult study did. The Du Bois County Bike and Pedestrian Study didn't have a benefit much or any that I know of. We got a plan, but that hasn't helped us. And I'm just going, as I go through these things, I'm thinking, is this a good use of $40,000 of Du Bois County money every year? And some of it definitely is, and some of it I would argue isn't.
Yeah, and on the airport study, or the Frosty Jones terminal study, I think that was week maybe 2 or 3, I delivered the check to them. That decision was made a month or 2 before I started, so, kind of inherit some of these, right? But to your point, I think it's also the trajectory we're going, right? We had a housing study in 2023, and to my knowledge, nothing was actionable. Now we're able to use that towards codes, right? Talking with our businesses, it's people and specialized. It's hard to find an engineer. Talk to some folks that have jobs open for over a year, right? That just maybe specialized or one reason or another, right? How do we attract jobs and Google it? So, well, yes, in the past it might not have been, maybe there were some questions. I think the trajectory we're on is along that right path. We've looked through Bike and Path study and can get that in your guys' hands if you don't have a copy of it. I know where that one's at. And some of these, and I'll go find the catapult and the feasibility studies, but I think we're on that right path of, I'm not going to sit here and try and justify what happened, a few years back, but now that I think since we're kind of on this new trajectory a little bit of being able to implement this, and even just with $40,000, we're able to do a lot, even with a little bit of a nest egg, but having some stability from the county side of things, that $40,000 a year, we're able to think, 2, 3, 4 years ahead of what's coming up, what's needed, what might be beneficial for the county, and just kind of keep on that trajectory. So I'm happy. I'll go and send these to you once we find them. I'll email them to you. But I would say
let's just see what the rest of the board has to say. Commissioner Hostetter, do you have any thoughts?
Are we the only governmental unit that's putting money into Grow Du Bois County?
Yes.
Okay.
Every other municipality, incorporated area contributes to Du Bois Strong, the right county. I think years ago, 2014-ish. Or prior, I think Du Bois Strong came with projects and ideas and asking for funding, and I think this was the solution of, hey, here's a pot of money, we'll get you started in $40,000 every year. That way, we know we can plan and project out. You know, maybe we have a project that's $80,000 and we'll start it in November, and then we have 40 and another 40 kind of great. We can start to plan out some of those pieces.
Yeah, because I would definitely like to see more projects like what you're showing here in 2025 and less of the, grants.
Yeah, I have no shortage of project ideas if we want to go. No. But no, and we want to be good stewards of the dollars and put them kind of countywide as best we can, right? Ink codes, for example, right? We're starting in Jasper, Huntingburg, and obviously in the county, but I've talked with folks and Du Bois just a few weeks ago. We just want 5 houses. Can we get 5 new houses? And those, we're structuring ink codes to be able to then go and say, hey, we have a kind of pre-approved plans. The regulatory barriers are gone. You can build this here. Right, maybe you have 2 parcels and you're tired of mowing the grass, right? If you want to keep it, keep it. If you don't, or want to build a house or build a rental, we've reduced a lot of these regulatory barriers. We have this plan, you can go and build it. So just those little things too that we'll be able to kind of transfer around the county. I think that just exists everywhere.
A little less study and a little more through.
Yeah.
I'll be a lot more satisfied with that.
Yeah, and we're getting there. It just unfortunately takes time. Yeah.
I know, and catching up, I see the list, and catching up, I understand that, but I would like to see a lot more follow through instead of just study.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah.
We study everything in depth, but yeah, there's a fun time in doing.
Yeah.
So we're excited for the ink codes, and then we'll actually be able to say, X house was built because we produced this, and it's $1,000, $2,000.
And there's some on here on your list that are very important.
Yeah.
Very much so, yeah, for the county.
And I'd love to have you come back and tell us your success, like, hey,
Exactly.
we did this.
Where we're at.
And this is how many housing units we've added,
Yep.
or the talent attraction, like we pulled in this number of people to come fill jobs here. Give us some results.
Definite result.
Yeah, and the Commissioner Blessinger saw kind of an early stage dashboard at the last full board meeting that we're working on to track from our housing study how many houses are built, investments from companies, right? These things that we need to start tracking, but things that we're actually doing. For the talent attraction piece, there's a precedent where somebody has to upload your resume and self-select that I'm in finance. That gets routed to finance companies in Du Bois County that want to opt into that. And they said they had a self-reported, I think it was around like 43% success rate of hiring candidates. So almost half of everybody that puts a resume and gets hired. So those little things that we can hopefully start reporting on that just,
Success
we're getting
stories.
there. Yeah.
That's what we need to hear.
Yeah. And taking longer than I would like as well.
On the ink codes, do any of the other municipalities, they participate, did they put any funds into that?
No, the city of Jasper helped write some of the granting pieces there.
So we
They're
put,
gonna,
Du Bois County put in 112,000.
37 of it was from grants, but yeah, in total, so a little less, we put in 60. Is that right?
On the far right, it says 112.
That's the total project cost. On the left side, they have 12,000 from the foundation and then 25,000 from ROI is going towards that project. Yeah, sorry. And actually a little more than 25,000, they had some leftover funds. They did some regional work that incorporated Du Bois County back in the 2023. So they're able to kind of put those towards the project. So a little bit.
So the foundation said, here's 12,000, it goes into the Grow Du Bois County Fund, and then it goes out to help pay for that.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I guess the question is, do we want to continue to put the $40,000 into the budget, or be in favor of that going into the budget for next year? Anybody have an opinion? Commissioner Stepson, we'll start with you, put you on the hot seat.
I know, you are putting me on the hot seat.
And if I can add too really quick, I mean, if you guys have an idea or direction that you want to go, you'll see a contractual agreement again, right? If we need to revisit that or change things, like we want to look at putting metrics on these dollars, right? I think some of that needs to happen personally, and obviously I want the dollars, right? Let's be honest about it. But I think not having those really prohibits Du Bois County from taking on some of these projects, right? We do the studies and we need to transition from studies into action, and that's where
That's where I'm
these
at.
dollars start to let us go, right? And that's where I want to
Results.
do these dollars. I want to be mindful and make sure we're doing the right project with the right price point.
Yeah.
At the right time.
I mean,
So that's why we're sitting, right, quote unquote, on $53,000 of unencumbered funds, because I want to make sure the next project we do is actionable and has a result. I don't want to say we're going to subsidize childcare seats because then we're going to run out of money. Nothing happens. It might be a good headline, right? But what's a sustainable, actionable piece that we can go and implement? Maybe if there's something from the catapult study, maybe if there's a bike and trail study action, maybe if there's another housing study action. I know Ink Code sounds like another study, but it's really going to rewrite codes to conform to new legislation and also just promote more housing. We'll be able to start to track what houses were built. kind of
even though
for
these
codes.
studies, some of these studies were done, you've got one on here that was from 2020. I mean, this is 2026 as far as that study and what you're gonna do now with that study. I mean, a few years has passed here, so what's gonna happen to that?
Yeah.
I mean,
I mean, studies sit on shelves and it drives me
well,
nuts.
that's what I'm
And,
saying
yeah.
is, you know, is that even,
And we'd have to go through it and try and see if there's anything that's still relevant to today. Take even the 2023 housing study, I think some of those metrics have even changed since then.
exactly, that's what, yeah.
But the housing need, I don't think has changed, right? Even
No,
with
no,
housing
no.
developers, right?
But there's
Those get
others,
absorbed.
yeah.
I think in the past, it looks like they've been guilty of, hey, we've got this money, we have to spend it, let's do this study. Oh, there we did, we spent it.
Yeah.
And then the study went on the shelf and that
Never
was
since.
that.
And that's where I hope you guys start to see, right, these things are actionable, right? We'll be able to come a year from now and say, hey, X number of people engaged with our website and X number of people moved here. We have Ink Codes to remove this and that's, this house was built. I just don't have them today. I wish I did, but we will.
What was your first day in your position?
So it was my brother, September 16th, 2024.
So,
My brother's birthday. I think.
so part of me wants to pull the funds because I'm disappointed of how this has operated over historically. The other part of me wants to say, Mr. Pippinger hasn't had a chance to prove himself with the funds, and the 1 year that he's been here, these are things that I think are useful for the community and potentially useful for the commissioners, because if they are implementing, if they're giving focus to zoning in some sense, and the codes that are related to that, I would assume that could be handy to us over the next year. So I guess I see benefits of doing it and not doing it. Commissioner Hostetter, you have a thought?
I think we can roll with in my opinion, we roll one more year, give Mr. Pippinger a chance to kind of prove himself. I mean, if you just draw the line at where he started, most of my problems before that, not a big fan of the Frosty Jones, grant, essentially, that passed our money through to somebody else. But I think he appears to be moving in the right direction with the zoning codes and contraction, so.
I would approve the 40, just results is what I'd like to see.
Okay.
We're gonna scrutinize you next year.
I love it. You should.
All right, I don't think there's anything else for now. Thank you for your coming in and talking to us.
Thank you, sir.
Solid waste budget?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Carla Striegel Winter with Du Bois County Solid Waste Management District. We usually come to you guys in June, right after our Solid Waste Management District Board meeting, where we go over the final budget. Due to the wage study that was kind of going on at the same time, and the results from that were not quite ready. So a little late coming to talk budget here. And of course, the three commissioners are all on the Solid Waste Management District Board. So we usually all go through this together at our meeting. So we haven't had a meeting since June, so I've kind of tried to do that via email and kind of go over it. So basically, just kind of wanted to mention what our solid waste district budget
is going to be for 2027. The estimate is, I'm sorry, I've got this right here. $456,000, $456,593 is our budget estimate. Of course, a large majority of that is wages for the 3 full-time employees as well as benefits and also going into part-time folks. And then the remainder of that is things that we have to pay for, like our dumpsters that come through. Another large amount is our household hazardous waste that comes through, special waste, things like that we do charge user fees on, but of course we have to budget for those even if we're getting some of that back. So basically that is what our budget is and for the year. And then I always ask for an allotment. Our funding with the Solid Waste Management District in DuBois County has been since our inception, our largest amount of funds that we get in is the allotment from the county. So what I'm asking for this year after going through a budget estimate, sorry, I've got all these things, is $346,000 as our annual allotment. So that will allow us at the end of 2027 to have an ending amount in our account of about $4,000.
What was that last part? You missed that.
I'm sorry. So the $346,000 annual allotment.
Yes.
Going through my budget estimate that I have to go through with Gateway, that will leave about $4,000 in our account at the end of 2027. So that's considered, a little bit of leeway room on there, but taking it down so that we're not like accruing funds from the allotment.
So I think everything that you presented, I've asked some questions, you've answered my questions. I don't think I have anything else for you, myself. Commissioner Stetson?
No, I don't.
Commissioner Hofstadter?
Thank you,
I
Carla.
reviewed it and I thought it looked good.
So, I guess just for consensus, are we fine to move forward, let her move forward to the county council?
Yes, sir.
So we've got 3 yeses, so the consensus is to move forward as you presented.
Okay, and do they need to accept the $346,000 allotment as
to their own budget?
Okay, excellent. Okay, and then, since our board, Solid Waste District Board, said that the chair and vice chair can sign on our budget before I turn it in, I would, if you and, Nick, if you could sign the top here, and then be the second one.
Yes.
So I can get that turned in today, and then we'll all go over it again at our August meeting, and everybody will sign off on it on our August meeting.
So what, because I don't remember, what was, which counties around us have that do it differently, where they charge, you get either a fee on your property.
Spencer County has a tax levy, so they have a specific tax levy for every property owner. Martin County has a user fee, so they have, it also, I believe, comes through the taxes, but it's set up as a specific amount for every property owner.
I mean, so a lot of times when you look at other counties, like some counties have a ditch fee and it's $5 per installment on their property taxes, or they.
It'd be a solid waste fee. It show up.
Flat dollar amount?
It depends on the county. Some of those are just shown as other fees and some are shown as like solid waste fee, but if it's a tax levy, it usually shows up as the solid waste district tax levy. So like Crawford County has a tax levy. I think.
Some of landfills have tipping fees.
Yeah, there's a tipping fees, like Pike County tipping fee from their
But
landfill.
generally, is it, if your house costs more, does your fee cost more, or is it a flat amount?
that, it could be a percentage, however.
The ones that, I think the ones that are set up as a user fee, or as what they call a user fee, it is just like an annual fee typically, and it's just, I think it's usually just a flat rate. I'm looking at Sandy because she was in the solid waste district years and years ago.
And I'm not saying I want to change
I'll
how
see
we're-
the stuff.
change how we're doing it, but for me as a property owner and for other people as property owner, it's nice that using other funds, we can pay for this, so that it's not another.
Right, it's not another
$20
tax on the, that would be, yes. So that would be an additional fee or an additional tax for residents, property owners, were we not doing it this way with the county allotment. Yeah, yes, exactly. Yeah, it would be an additional tax. Yep,
I don't have anything else.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Election software.
Perfect. Amy Kippenbrock from the clerk's office. I brought each of you a copy of this. And then I brought one in addition to, in case you agree to sign.
Back for me.
Did I give it to you?
I'm gonna.
So I came before to talk a little bit about a software company that we had found to help us with text messaging to poll workers. And we couldn't land on an agreement on the wording in the contract, and then we didn't like that it was a 3-year deal if we wanted to cut short. So we went back to the drawing board and we looked for another company, and this is one that we found. They do business with several other counties in our state. The objective is we need a better way to communicate with poll workers, recruiting them, talking about when training is, just our communication is very broken with them. Many different avenues. My personal cell phone is the biggest part of what we use to accomplish that. So I'm looking for a better system, and this is one that did. A good solve for that is a software that we download on the computer. They'll set it all up for us. We load the information in on who the poll workers are, and we can send text messages through that software, or send emails, or just correspond in a much more consistent, better process for all poll workers through the system. And then it'll track history of poll workers as well. So it just helps us when we get from one election to the next. The other thing that this software will do is, there's a new law that the legislature passed this past year that says we have to put campaign finance reports online and accessible. And the way they said, hey, you have a county website, if you can upload election results, you can upload these results. And we could, but they're not user friendly. So this is a software that we could organize that. And if you wanted to look for just one particular candidate's campaign information, you could find it pretty easily, and that you could print it and have access to what you needed instead of thumbing through every single report out there. So it would be a really good solve for
So
that.
with that, does that make more work on your office, that you have to scan a PDF, put it in there, and then you have to type in that this is candidate X for the.
We're already organizing it. It's just not online today. So it wouldn't be that much additional work on the office to offer it through this software online.
And when a person goes to search, will they get a PDF of the thing?
I believe
or will
that is the result, yes.
Okay. I didn't know if they got to see the actual document or if it had to be keyed in and they just got the data.
No, I think you pull it up, you search for Amy Kippenbrock's CFA 4, you're gonna find that one document, you can see it.
That's what I plan to do.
Yes, perfect. In current state, you can come to the clerk's office and get a copy of it, you just have to pay for the copy today.
It should be PDF because that's more OCR readable.
And it's
for
ADA
compliant.
ADA compliant website, yes. So, they did go through and they did agree to our contract language. I do have a 26 and a 27 contract. I am going in front of the council to ask to move some money to pay for the 26 contract. We already have it in the election budget, that I just need to move it from one category to a new one for this purpose. And then I have built into our budget, we'll be asking for to pay for it additional in our budget for 27.
What was the name of the last company?
TextMyGov.
TextMyGov, okay. That was the one that we didn't get terms with.
And that was really only meeting the poll worker piece of it. And this company will meet both the campaign finance and the poll worker piece. And overall, it's a better system, it's a better software. We've talked to other counties that in the state of Indiana that have used this one, it's just a better fit.
Mr. Schneider, you're comfortable with the language as it's been?
She shared our language, I guess. Correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And you said that this comes out of one of your funds, or is this a county general fund?
This is coming for 26. I'm transferring money out of the election budget already to pay for this.
No, I think this is necessary. I think it seems like again, it's another transparency thing, because just saying that a document is available, some people can't make it to the courthouse, some people can't make it between the hours that you're there, and this is just one more way to get that out. And I know with anything we can do to make the election process, and all the people that, they're not volunteers, but people that.
They're kind of like volunteers.
They're kind of like volunteers, they put in all those days to make it work. If we can make it more convenient for your office to coordinate that, I'm certain that would be helpful.
So this would start from like the next election?
This, as soon as, if you would approve this today, and then the council approves the money to move, at the end of the month, we would start implementing immediately.
Because you have 2026 on here, that's why.
Yes.
So, or today, are you asking for both of these to be executed
Yes.
or approved, I guess,
Yes.
not executed necessarily?
Yeah.
Commissioner Austin,
For the-
thoughts?
I'd be okay with that.
I'd be great with it. Yeah, this is fantastic.
And do we want to just approve them and allow the clerk to just sign them on the county's behalf in this instance? Or do you want us to sign them?
You can sign, and then if the council then approves,
You gave me an extra
then
one.
that's for you to take with you. I didn't know if you needed a copy to keep, or if you wanted a copy to keep.
Okay, so there's a single spot for a signature. So what I'll make a motion, we'll just do them one at a time to be safe. There's a purchase agreement for the election software with Integra. I'll move that we approve it for 2026.
I'll second.
Any other discussion?
Is that a certain cost or?
$4,000 for 2026.
You said second?
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion? You said no. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
I see there's 3 modules.
What was that?
I see there's 3 modules in here.
Okay, do you want to see this one too, or it's the same thing you have? It's just not-
Same thing I got, I don't, then you just gotta scan it to me.
Okay, then we have the same agreement for 2027. I believe the way this works too, the thing that was nice about it, there's a termination clause. If it doesn't work out, you use it through 26 and you're like, this is terrible. We're not stuck necessarily. So I'll move that we approve the 2027 purchase agreement with Integra, of course pending council funding.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Anyone would like to be poll workers and get loaded into our system, you can call me, I'll help you with that.
Thank you. How does that work with elected officials? As long as you're not on
As
the,
long as you're not on the ballot and you're not related to someone on the ballot.
because I did it one year and then I was a poll watcher another year. I mean, it's a long day.
It's not considered a salary, it's considered a stipend for being in election something, or we checked into that.
It's a great way to learn more about the elections.
Got some dedicated poll workers, you see them year after year.
So
That's
then
great.
you don't want.
So that one's pending council funding. is
They're
the
both,
same-
they're both pending council funding.
Well, but this one's,
That one is
You're
in the
doing the budget
budget
for
process, yes, yeah. I am on the council to talk to them about full software to to get the money for the 26th, and I'll let them know about 27. If they don't fund it for 27, then we won't have it.
I knew it was, on the transfer, but I didn't know if it was.
Anything else about elections or your office? You wanna share?
No, things are going great.
So all of the people that are gonna be candidates, that's all taken care of, right?
Yes.
That's set for November.
Correct, it is, that is candidate, we had a couple ballot vacancy fillings. The deadline for that was July 6th, and we had a couple that came in to fill, and we had one candidate withdraw off the ballot. So, yeah.
Which one was that?
Birdseye Town Clerk.
Okay.
Clerk, treasurer for Birdseye had 3 people listed, and now there's 2.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, we're just getting the base lined out for the election, and things are business as usual. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amy.
Mr. Schneider, would, you mind talking to, remember before the meeting, we talked about that exempt position?
Okay.
I was gonna see if the 3 of us could meet, but I don't know if that'll be necessary. Do you see where we would get any further than we have if we met? Do you think everybody knows where we are? I'm just gonna take that off my list. All right, Mr. Hofstadter's back. Let's get back into items here. So let's look at that surplus items. There were some items that came in that are no longer needed by the county or inoperable.
Did I get 2 or you gave me the 27?
I provided my whole packet. So it should be 2,
Oh, I see.
27
I
and
see.
you're welcome to keep it if you want, everybody.
I'll give it back if I don't see it.
Okay.
It just helps me recognize. The only surplus that I'm aware of is that there's a table and a chair set at the treasurer's office. They remodeled their office, so they moved things around and they don't need it anymore.
That went to one of the judges, so
Oh, they
took
did
that,
take
so
it now?
that's- so that's
Okay, then I
no
don't
longer
know anything about anything else then.
Okay. No other surplus items. Du Bois County Park has a contract we need to look at?
I don't think he gave us the contract, did he?
For tree removal.
The tree removal
So
and,
it's a quote. I emailed him back and I said that he didn't have anything attached. It's basically, it's an estimate, it's a quote. There's no terms or anything to it. Here's what we're doing, here's the cost.
and then you got that dynamic, whatever. for the
Oh,
back.
Universal Dynamics.
They were supposed to give me some contracts, but I never saw anything, so.
So it appears we don't have either of them. The tree pros, did he get back with you on that
He
one?
did, yes.
And you said it's a quote, so do they have the funds in place to just do the work?
It's a quote for $9,900.
They, did an additional, that's gonna be at the council next meeting.
So I mean, if it's just normal business and they've got a contract for,
It's a
funds
service,
for it.
I would say it's a service contract. There's an estimate for $9,900. That's what I'm looking at.
So pending what the council does next week.
Whatever the council does, they can.
But I thought that the bathroom one was a
Come
contract, but I didn't.
back, correct. Looking here,
With United, I think there were still some open questions on
that's
that.
correct.
So I would.
Last email would have been last, well, the 10th, it looks like, that I have. I supplied the county's standard terms.
Okay, here's an item, I wish I guess the recorder took off, but, so here, let me just read through this one while we're at it, then we'll get back to our 9:40 agenda item for the county administrator position. So, the county recorder currently has a part-time clerical assistant in her office that also works in the records library. So the records library, currently you go over there 2 days a week. If you want to go in, you can have access to the old records. Some of them very old. Over the past many years, last decade, probably the digitizing work that is being performed on all of those documents to make them searchable online. That is projected to be completed by the end of this year. So pretty much anything that you could see down there, you could see online. The position is currently funded by the commissioners and recorders' budgets. I think what the idea here is, the commissioners, I think it's still probably in our, what I would like to have happen, I think maybe you'd be on board, is that we want that still to be accessible, because sometimes maybe somebody just wants to go see the old piece of paper, or maybe when you're scanning 100,000 documents,
People who come in and look.
you scan 100,000 documents over time, I'm sure some of them are gonna be not as bright as you want them to be, or there's some issue with them, and maybe somebody just likes looking
We
at the old
have
paper.
found pages missing, we have found, different things, because scanning wasn't.
So I think it's in our benefit to have accessibility to it, but there's not as much traffic down there because there's just not a need for it. Someone could go to the recorder's back office and use a public system, public computer for free, and search for all of anything that they're gonna see in the document library. So I think what we're considering is the door of closing, basically turning off the office hours for that office. Basically, we're not gonna have a person sitting in there all day with not much to do. They would work in the recorder's office. They would be doing tasks as given by the recorder.
As a part-time.
This is a part-time person that's already here. But the door would be locked. There'd be a sign on the door that says, if you're here on the days that this part-time person is here, come to this office, we'll let you in there and you can look at what you want. So the access would still be there. We just won't have a person sitting at the desk all the time. And if other county offices need to research old documents related to their office, that would be their responsibility. So the auditor would have access to go down and look at her things, or the treasurer, or anyone else.
We do that now.
Right, and that's what you would, same way you would do now. The recorder would fund this part-time position from the perpetuation fund in 2027. I just wanted to confirm with the board that we'd be okay with, because we're responsible for the hours of operation of the different offices, so if we'd be okay with not having set office hours, just having them be the 2 days a week that part-time person is there and have that posted.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
I got the info here, so.
So what my plan is to go through all that, share all that with you, but not make a decision today. Have Sandy put it on as a miscellaneous item at the next meeting, in case there's some other county office that says, I need it open, or somebody in the public that says I don't want to make a decision without all the information, so I thought I would bring it up as a discussion point. It seems like we're all on board, and then at the next meeting, we can take, unless we hear something, we can take 10 seconds to approve it.
Sure.
Would that be okay?
Right,
Sounds
yeah.
fine.
And can you have that on our next, item? Good, okay. Let's go back to county administrator position. So the county administrator is allowed by state statute. They would be a person that would be appointed by the Board of Commissioners to do tasks, roles, whatever the county commissioners, and in our case, I think we would have the county council also be a part of that discussion if that position was hired. And about a year ago, a little less than a year ago, a job description was put together. There was a group of people that met and put together all of the things that are necessary, the prerequisites for creating a position. The county council funded the position, and then we had people in the county that thought it was rushed through, that it wasn't done during the normal budget period like it should. And I would say they're probably accurate, that we could have done a better process of that last year. So ultimately, it didn't get passed, it didn't get implemented for this year, 2026. So now it's budget time again. I guess my position would be that we have the need is bigger now even than it was last year. And I think it would be important that we would consider implementing that and putting it in the budget for next year to see if the county council would be interested in doing that and funding that. So this is similar to that last situation with the recorder and the records library. I don't know that I'm going to ask or consider that we do a vote today, but I did want to bring it for consideration, make sure that the other county offices, if they have comments on it, as they did last year, had an opportunity between now and next meeting to tell us, that's a terrible idea, that's a great idea, here's why we need it, here's why we don't.
Right.
And I think that would be, I don't know, best way to go about it. So I provided to each of you a list of items within the last 2 weeks of things that just in 2026 that I recognize as I'm preparing for our meetings or as I go through my work as a commissioner of things that are just the business of the office, of our office as commissioners and as the county in general. And I'd like us to have the discussion of who is to do all of this work. There's a lot to it. We're the executive body, but for us to, we don't have any support staff, we don't have county administrator, we don't have county manager, we don't have a secretary, we don't have a lot of those things that many other counties do have. NACO gives us that magazine every month, and one of their articles said that more than 40% of counties nationwide employ an appointed administrator. So I mean, it's becoming it's just becoming the common thing, the way of doing it. It's allowed under Indiana code, and the couple things that I've just thought of over the last week, again, that are probably the most critical. We're gonna have a comprehensive plan that we spent a lot of money on. It's gonna have a lot of findings of things that are good actions for the county, for the communities that we serve. But who are we gonna have to implement any of those issues or those things? That's always the hardest part. Earlier for example, we're talking about having this committee meeting, talk about land use next week. You guys have families and jobs, and I do too. And it's hard to do all of the work that we have and then continue to add additional things on it. If we had a administrator, that person could help coordinate these meetings. And if we were gonna invite all of the township trustees to this meeting, this person could call 12 different township trustees and try to track them down and to get the room and to do all of the things necessary for this. I just feel we've got people that have been coming to our meetings for the last several years, and they have strong feelings about the Mid-States Corridor. Was previously one, and currently it's about the solar and the things that are going on out in that area, the Beth. And generally when they complain or when they're mad about something, my first thought is, I'm doing the best I can, and I get, nobody likes to be criticized, but after I think about it for a little while, I'm like, some of the things they're saying are true. I wish I had, and I'm sure we all do, wish we had more staff to be more responsive to those needs. Right now, we don't have somebody that can be on the fly at our direction. We have the highway department. They're supposed to be taking care of ditch to ditch and the roads, that are between there, the right of ways. They've been getting a lot of things thrown at them. And we've got 680 miles of roads or something that they're responsible for.
660.
Okay, 660. And anyway, I think it's time that we need to improve our capacity to implement things that are important to the county and to better serve the community that we're in. That's my pitch for it. And I believe some of the work that this person could do, it's just critical stuff, some of this.
The list is endless.
Right, I mean, the list that I came up with just as I was putting together my work on the ordinances and not ordinances is my every bi-weekly agenda as I'm going through all this work. It's like, well, there's one thing that we may, there's a cost to not having this. There's a cost to having it. Anytime you add an employee, we've seen $2,000 a month for health insurance for the average person, and this person's gonna have a wage. So yes, it's gonna definitely cost, but what is the cost of not having the sufficient people to serve the people that we're working on
But we would
with?
have somebody to monitor that a lot more than what we can to help cost keeps going up, we have somebody that can look a lot closer, a lot more time to that than what we have.
And here's a couple things, like the sheriff, we're gonna have a new sheriff sometime in January, right? One of our jobs is to negotiate the salary contract with that person. We have ambulance fees that historically have been up to $1 million that we have to pay into the hospital because of, that we have to supplement the ambulance. Because and what they used to do is they'd come in and say, this is what you owe us, and the commissioners would sign off on it. And if we can have people that can look at that stuff every month and see where we're trending, and how we can make improvements, it's just, I think there's just a lot of these things that we're missing, we're having missed opportunities that could potentially cost the county money. And
Possibly more grants. They could possibly look into that as well, to grants that we're possibly missing.
And that's a couple of the things I have on here. I'll use Carla just because that's one of them that I'm thinking of. She gets grants every year. She puts effort into getting grants.
Yes.
The highway department.
Right.
I mean, since Mr. Lefferts been here, he got a $3 million grant. How many of his payroll, say we didn't have any staff, how long would it take for us to get $3 million into our community in other ways? So
Once we're missing.
paying for a staff person, there's a benefit, and it outweighs the cost. So I won't go through I won't beat that up any further, but I wanted to bring it up for consideration again. If you both think about it, maybe we'll bring it up for a vote at the next meeting. The next meeting will be our last chance to approve it and get it on the budget, I think, because on August 11th, maybe, I think, is when we're on to talk about our budget. And this is also like that other one, if anybody wants to give their opinions on that. I just think it's past time to do that. Any comments, Commissioner Oster?
No.
Commissioner Stefano, any comments?
No, I think it's a great idea.
Okay.
Still.
Let's continue on.
So you voted on this agenda, or you want?
Yes, please.
But you're gonna have to put in your budget before that. Because the budget's gotta get in, or we ain't gonna have it finished.
That'd be fine. I don't think we'll have if it's in there and we decide we don't want it, then the council just won't fund it. Okay, the final item today, I believe, is the 2027 budget preparation, so that'll take a little bit of time here. Auditor Morton, because you're going to probably be tracking.
Can you do this road use agreement?
We're gonna talk about it.
Oh, you're not gonna get it approved today?
No.
Okay.
I have this here.
I think we might discuss approving it subject to our changes being put in place, just to keep things moving. I don't know where they're at down there. I think we had one big concern.
I just didn't want us to forget it if we needed it.
Is this the one for the solar sources area?
Yeah. Shamrock Mine.
Shamrock Mine, right?
Yeah.
I just didn't want us to forget it if we needed it.
Do we need to attack it now while we're top of mind? Or did you say it's not ready?
I don't think, those of us who were in the meeting with him, there's a provision in there that I'm not comfortable with, and I don't believe that our highway department's comfortable with it either. I would ask that they would strike that from it, because it's not what our understanding and discussions were, so.
So we'll just wait till you're ready.
And I'd like to get eyes on to read it more thoroughly as well.
That's fine, we can address it at our August meeting.
We got this thrown in, it's not too long ago. I think it's fair that we get adequate time to review it on our end too. Another rushing for us to get this back to them because the contractor that's out there doing the reclamation work off-site would also be the one doing the restoration work for the roadways in order to get the bonds released. So I know they're pushing us to get this back to them before they release the contractor. So we do need to do it fairly quickly, but we need to make sure it's done right, that the county is getting what we need to get before the contract release. So I need to review that terminology and verbiage.
Mr. Schneider, is there any benefit to us saying we vote in favor of it if this and if this, or we just want to wait until we actually have it.
I'm comfortable just to wait until we get all that ironed out with them. If the commissioners would be open, if time is of the essence for them to have a special meeting for that sole purpose so that they can release their contractors, it would be a short meeting.
I think that'd be fine with me.
We can address that as long as they're receptive to our concerns.
Okay, so for your benefit, do you want to guide the discussion so you can tell me what, otherwise we may be jumping all around.
I gave you guys a copy of your current,
Yes.
this is the current budget, what we're operating under now. Obviously, the wages, we follow the wage study.
Okay, let's just start there with the wages for the board members. My personal opinion would be to keep it flat. I think they gave us, the wage committee suggested giving us an increase, but what would it be? Trying to think of what the additional amount would be. So it's not on there.
No, nothing's on.
This is
This is
just-
2026.
Right, this is just where we were. So I know there's an argument that says, well, you want to keep it up to date with, keep it current so it doesn't get behind, but
Well, with the new wage study, I'm not sure if it should be were like above, below, or where you should be, so.
I'll take thoughts from other people. My opinion would be to keep the top three the same as 2026. I think we stayed flat last year as well.
I don't know what the wage study said either. But I would tend to follow the wage study if we're gonna follow it for all the other positions.
So
And if that means a decrease, that means a decrease as well.
So the wage people, that were on the main people on that study, I was in some of those meetings as well. If a position was paid at the level or below, they were keeping the position's pay flat and adding a 2% cost of living increase.
Okay.
If you were way under, then they brought you up to that point, whatever that point is that they decided on. And there were some other number of people that got a 3.5% cost of living increase. So if they fell somewhere in between those, but ours as the county commissioners, we would be the ones that would fall. I think they said that we were over what they had in there before. So I don't think that we weren't underpaid. That's
Okay,
where I'm
so
looking at.
if we're over, and you said it suggested we stay flat and have a 2%,
That's what they
I
suggested.
would go with you and say we just stay flat,
Are you wanting to stay flat or are you wanting to stay flat and add 2%?
stay flat.
Okay.
Stay flat.
Okay, so no pay increase for the commissioners. We're gonna stay flat for this year. For the county attorney, I don't remember if for the county attorney, if it was 2% or 3.5%, but I'll say whatever the county council came with is acceptable to me. Is that acceptable to you?
Yes, I would agree.
So are you following this or are you?
Yes, my
Yes.
pen broke.
I've got plenty if you need them. Okay, let's continue through here. The comp time budget.
That's for solid waste district. Is there in your budget there?
Mm-hmm. That number will go to zero, I believe. Wait, comp time. Yes, comp time, that one will go to zero.
So any of those workers out there won't get comp time anymore?
I think on the budget that she gave us, she took comp time off, because I even asked her about it.
Okay. So we'll just follow her budget. She took it out now.
So I looked at her budget earlier, and that was one of my questions. I said, comp time was left blank as a benefit, was left off
So
the
if they
benefit. Is that
earn
being-
any, we won't be able to pay it out. They'll have to be able to use it then.
Right, they have to either use it or they're not getting it. So, record librarian, so is it from what the conversation we had is that should go down to zero as well? Okay. And then we have solid waste management district, the director, the controller, route driver, assistant, operations manager, the FICA, the group insurance, the unemployment. I would say that whatever you'll figure some of those items and the rest of them will be as part of the wage study. Is that correct?
Well, we'll follow what she puts on her budget. Social Security, that's for the whole county. So once we figure out everybody, all the wages, then we'll add those numbers.
Yes.
We'll do the
Anybody-
same thing for PERF.
And I'm not gonna ask if you guys agree with what I'm saying on every one of these, but if you don't, then please pipe up and then we'll talk about it. Otherwise, we'll just assume that that's accurate. So we're good with this page?
Now, I do want to say on unemployment, you guys have taken on paying everybody's, not just county general, so that may have to be increased a little bit. Depends, we'll look at the numbers.
So according to this part of the year, though, we've not used hardly any of it. But one person can,
It all just depends on who's unemployed.
okay. So, with you on that, the PERF,
We'll calculate that based on salary.
does the board recall, is there a increase going to occur for the clinic for next year? I don't remember where our contract's at. Mr. Schneider, you mind asking Mr. Rhodes about the clinic, if $120,000 is a good enough to budget for next year? Sure. Thank you. Office supplies, leave the flat. Travel and conference, we're not using a whole lot of that. Do we want to keep it where it is?
Okay, back to office supplies.
Yes.
I don't know where we would put it. I would like to, I'm flipping through here real quick. I would like to have laptops for each commissioner. I know you have one now. Many times during our meetings, things come up that it would be nice to be able to look and see what we're dealing with, be it road-wise or survey-wise. So I'd like to put that in the budget this year.
That wouldn't be here.
Where would that go?
Either in one Q cap or in your equipment line item.
Okay. I just wanted to stop before we got too far past it. So we'll go back to that.
Okay, yeah, we'll just put a
This
note.
office supplies, like you guys do all the paper for the county,
Okay.
that kind of stuff.
And it appears the year-to-date, we're doing fine with the amount that's in there.
Yeah, this is happy year, so.
Travel and conferences, leave it flat. I don't think there's any reason to increase that.
No
Conferences
increase.
every year, so it's on this meeting.
Okay, so I'm gonna look at my notes here. So CSRS is requesting $40,000. So that has been, that was the same as what last year is. I think we've examined the benefit that we get from that, and I'm fine to keep that.
Agree.
Older American Center, we had $22,000 budgeted last year. They requested
25.
25,000. So my notes in my notes here, it says that we gave 20,000 last year. What's in front of me says 22,000, so I would.
I think they requested 25 last year and you went in the middle.
Compromised.
Okay. So how does everybody feel about that? I do know that, again, this is a big benefit for older Americans in the whole community. They travel from all over and they've shown us the sign-in sheets, and do we want to do an increase?
Yes,
To
I'm
the
not opposed to an
25,000?
increase there.
It'd be a $3,000 increase.
Or we can inch it up again if we want to. I'm good with 25.
Okay, let's try the $25,000 there. If people that were outside of Jasper weren't using it or weren't getting the benefit, then that'd be a different argument, but I don't think that that's the case. It's a good resource. Printing and advertising, keep it flat. Telephone, how are you doing on that? That looks like we have a sufficient revenue in there for that, but again, you never know with that, right?
That's our phone costs. And we have cut some of those expenses.
You wanna take $2,000 off of that? I think that would be. Okay, so let's take that down to 20,000. Postage, it continues to be something where we're using a little less of that than we have.
Yeah, but they just increased the prices again.
They did, like the 12th of this month, I think. Sure did.
We do more certified mail than we do, I mean, we do a lot of certified.
And you can do that through the machine.
Yes.
Right.
You'd have to do it through the machine.
Right. I'm saying you don't have to travel down there to do that. Do you think if we went to $48,000, that would be, still be okay? Seems like it to me.
It's a guess.
Let's do it, $48,000 there, because at this point in the year, we've not used half of it, we're over half of the year, so I think that's a reasonable thing to do. DuBois County Museum, they haven't been in to ask for theirs this
That
year.
might be that I didn't have them come in.
That's fine, I don't know that,
And stay flat with that.
I'd stay flat with that as well, I'm satisfied with that. The Disabled American Veteran Program, stay flat on that?
Yeah, none of it's expended, right? As of yet,
No, it is, fully expended.
it's fully
That's
expended.
in May.
So
Oh my
the appropriation is 1,000, expenditure is 1,000, unexpended is 0. Okay, the official bonds,
You guys pay all the bonds for all the departments, of elected officials. I don't know if that'll go up or not, I don't know that answer.
so how come,
We spend that at the end of the year for the next year,
why does that show, you said you do it in December for the,
next year.
so next year it'll be Commissioner Ubelor will be up here and he would be part of the, well, no, he would be the people with money, right? That deal with the money.
I think there's 8 or 9 elected officials, I guess.
Mhm. And do you think this is a sufficient amount of money?
It's hard to know. I don't know what insurance is gonna do next year.
I think we're good to be flat there. We have some flexibility where we can move funds around if we need a little more in that area. Okay, contractual services, this is, where are we at here?
That is your computer contract with Matrix. We pay that monthly.
Well, I say we keep, that would be another one where we'll keep it flat and if we
Well, we have a
renegotiate.
contract until next year sometime, so.
Okay, telephone repair and internet, that's another one where you,
That's your internet. And then if we do have a phone that goes bad, but most of these are on that contract with Telcare, so we're not replacing them. But that's your monthly internet costs.
keep those flat as well. Dues and subscriptions, we're not using a whole lot of that. I would be,
That's your NACO, that's your AIC, those kind of dues.
are there any of those that we pay at the end of the year as well, like in December?
I think there are a lot of them at the end of the year.
Let's do that.
Leave that one flat. The operating fund, that has been,
That's your cash flow.
that's been fine. Insurance building liability, we're paying,
You can see where I've added more. And I'm asking the council for more this month again.
so you added more to workman's comp, not the building, right?
Well, building, I've added some. I'm adding more at the next meeting, council.
So $600,000 probably for the insurance and building liability would probably be a reasonable start.
And I'm adding more workers' comp at the next meeting too.
Right.
Anytime we get a tort claim against us, there's a deductible, we pay that. And I don't know when those are coming, I just know as they come, I have to pay them.
So I think we probably could be, again, you never know. So with some of these, it's only if a bad event happens, you may spend none of it or you may spend all of it, and then some. What does the board think about the workman's comp? Should we make an increase or keep it where it's at and allow the auditors to do the additional appropriations if needed?
I think we go up to 600, try to be as accurate as we can.
Yeah, so 600 there. What about the
I'm
workman's
sorry,
comp?
workers' comp.
Well, the bigger your salaries and your employment gets, the more that's gonna cost you.
Let's
And
do
we
it.
had to do a catch-up because he took COVID numbers that weren't, and you're behind, so think we're
Why don't we
trying
do
to catch up to it now.
150 there?
I was putting in 100. That gives us that's a 15% or no, a little more than that increase.
Yeah, but our expenditure's over that, right?
But we may not have any workman's comp issues next year.
You
It just-
always, this is your workers' comp insurance.
Oh, this is just for the,
Yeah.
okay.
This is not your
Yeah,
pay other
this is
people.
not,
This is
yeah,
This is your
not
insurance.
pay.
Okay, then Commissioner, you're correct.
Yeah.
150,000? Yes, is that what you suggest?
Yes.
Okay. Ordinance violation, that's another one where we haven't used a dollar out of it for 2 years, but we may use all of it, yet this year. So it's one of those that you don't know what you're, but I'd be comfortable with leaving it as it is.
I think so too.
Postage meter repair, is that necessary to leave it there like that? $1,000. We're not using it, but if we need to, we need to. Computers, so maintenance on computers. So this again wouldn't be the one that Commissioner Hofstadter's talking about, right?
No,
This would be
this
those
is-
contracts.
This is those, like, your note for, or your, O365 licenses and all that. Some of that stuff comes at the end of the year.
For maintenance, that's where we pay
That's
for
where
it
you pay
before?
for some of that stuff, yes. It also could be your software maintenances. Great, or like, some of your licensing, I'm trying to think what I'm talking about, like well, not WTH, but some of your licenses on your software that we have on our computers.
I'd say $115,000 looks like what we'll need for that line item next year. Okay with that? All right. State institutions,
That's when we hope juvenile, when we pay for juvenile somewhere, or mental health. People that are, of course, on the.
so we had to do that just within the last month or so. Okay, so for burials for soldiers, so again, this is, original appropriation was for $10,000. We had $20,000 of additional for a total appropriation of $30,000. We've used about half of that for this year. So the reason that has gone up is because we took our benefit and increased it. I think we doubled the benefit to the veterans to help pay for the markers. So I think we probably, if we put that at $30,000, that would probably be enough to satisfy the next year. And I think from what I understand, we've had people that are appreciative of it. When it was $100 or something, it's almost not worth the time to mess with it, but I think this is better. Memorial Day expense, leave that flat. Dog pound, leave that flat. Change of venue, that's fine how that is. Examination of records. So this would be the State Board of Accounts fees, correct?
We have to pay everybody's in the whole county, and then they reimburse us at settlement time. So we really are only responsible to pay out only out of this, even though we're paying everybody else's, and as we get that money back, we put it back.
Okay.
So in total, we've appropriated nearly $190,000 for that, but you're saying that we get a lot of that back.
Well, we paid out, but we get a lot of that back. We only appropriated 50, and our annual, our audit is just, it's not finished yet, so we haven't got the audit yet.
Well, do you recall what the bill was last time?
They told us the prices of what it would be during the entrance, but I don't remember all the time. Like it's so much per day, federal, so much per day for audit.
What did they say?
It's like $1,000 a day for a federal.
So are you saying with the way that the budgeting process works, or the appropriations, keeping it at $50,000 will cover probably what will end up being our liability?
Hopefully, yes.
And the other amount,
We pay it out and then we recoup it, so then we put it back in the line.
are you satisfied with that with this process, the way it's working?
I wish they didn't bill every entity themselves, but they won't do it.
So leave it flat, $50,000, or should we make an increase? Okay. And again, this examination of the records, is this happening? I know we're budgeting it, but is it going to happen? Will we need the money for 27? They don't always come every year, I guess is what I'm saying. They missed us before.
They have missed, there was twice where they did it 2 years in a row, but then we encumber that money.
Just so it's there when we need it.
Because
There's no reason to expect that they're not going to be here.
I would say they're gonna come from Illinois, especially when we got an $800,000 federal grant. When we hit $1 million, they're coming.
Sure. Okay, let's leave it as it is. This next one, we just have to keep that on there. I ask about it every year, we'll leave that. Life Springs will be whatever they.
I don't know that exact number yet. I know they gave us a number, but I was not able to confirm that.
They gave us $480,919 is what they gave
That's
us.
last year's number.
Well, okay, that's the number that.
It'll be more than that,
It
most
more
likely.
likely will be more than this. And when she gave that number, I called and asked the state, they said, no, that's not out yet. So I don't know where, but now I know what she gave us.
Where did we get that number from?
The state gives it to us.
Oh,
It's a number that we can't.
okay,
Yeah,
because
we have
that's
to
what I
pay
had wrote
We're
down.
required to.
Mental health service.
But the new number's not out yet.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so we have countywide transportation.
Did they ask for an increase this year?
I don't believe she attended, because I don't have it written down.
She came, Becky Guthrie was here,
Yeah, I thought so.
she was here early.
I'd have to dig back through my,
Did she give us a number?
I can probably find it and just take this out.
Oh my God.
I don't have it down.
Here. She asked for, we would like to request 17,000.
Okay, thank you.
Due to the spike in the fuel prices.
Understand.
I'm okay with the request. How about the rest of you?
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
good with that.
Okay, dog control, we're still doing okay there. What is this next one? Is this
Volunteers for adult that need.
adult in
guardians.
service? Okay,
They're for incapacitated, that is correct.
continue with that. So here we have ADA had a carry forward appropriation of 50,000 plus another 5,000 as Mr. Leffert mentioned earlier in the meeting. So that was a total of 55,000, but the bulk of that was just to pay for the study. And did we get a final invoice on the study?
Final invoice, no, but that contract amount got adjusted from 50,000 down to 40,000. So that full 50,000 that was originally appropriated is not needed now. So there'd be extra in there that can get put back into the.
That money will go back into county general?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So I think the suggestion from Mr. Leffert earlier was to change the ADA budget from 5 to 10. I'm thinking that that's not gonna really touch anything that we need to do, but it's something, it's a start. Because what my plan would be is to go through the list. I'm sure Mr. Leffert's gonna do the same thing and say, what can we knock out? Because we wanna make steady progress every year, and I'd love to get all of the low hanging fruit, just get it off the table, get it taken care of immediately. I think $10,000 can get a lot of that stuff done. And then maybe we would, for year 2, pick a couple of the larger items and go for them.
Yep, that sounds good to me.
So $10,000. Promotional fund, leave it flat. Weed control.
Well,
Mr.
that depends if you do that weed thing every year, because you always have to scrounge money from other places to pay for it,
For the advertisement?
for that Johnson grass thing.
Yeah, I don't know that I'm a huge proponent of putting that out, but I mean, I look at it, but I don't know that that's going to move the needle on people going and clearing out the Johnson grass on their property. I'd almost rather just use all of the money and treat, hit certain areas and just keep at them.
What we can in the right of ways. Yeah.
Right, and then say farmer, you need to, we've got from here to here, you need to go from here. Because it's, I guess for now, leave it as it is, but I wouldn't be opposed in the future to increase that if that's something that the county finds is a value or worthwhile. Okay, solid waste management district, she already put that in earlier. The amount of the allotment she is requesting is $346,000. After looking through the budget, that seems like it's reasonable for what they're doing there. Mr. Lee, on the weed control board and the amount of money there, it's $1,500 there. I know every year we can't do much with it. Is there a desire from you or from the weed control board to do more or to do something different than you've done in the past?
I know last year or this past spring, you guys had to pay in because we sent something through the assessor's office. And it was over $3,000 and we have $1,500 in it.
Yes. So do you think that does anything? Do we get 1% of the Johnson grass taken care of by spending that money or is 0%?
It's not just Johnson grass, it's the poison hemlock also, and then any sort of invasive weeds. But I don't know, I heard a lot of people say that, yeah, I got the flyer in the mail. So do they really read it? Do they pay attention to it?
Do they follow through is kind of a big one.
Do they take action on it? That's important.
Yeah, exactly.
Should we leave it at what it's at? Are you finding value paying for those that piece of paper in the bill? It's not a bill. We used to put it in the treasurer's bill, but in the assessment document. You finding any value in that?
I don't know.
Limited?
Yeah.
Okay. I say let's just leave the budget where it is. If the weed control board has an initiative that they want to put into place, bring it to us and we can talk about it.
Okay, I'm hoping to have a meeting on Wednesday, so I'll talk about that and see what they say.
Thank you. Employee assistance program. I'm thinking that that's not necessary for the budget this year. I think we have that.
That's his question. He manages that, I don't.
Okay. I'm about ready to need a break, so I'm gonna ask him, maybe I'll walk over there and ask him. Consulting services master plan, that's for the comprehensive plan, so we won't need anything additional there.
Will it stay flat or is it gone?
I think it'll be gone.
Okay.
Right, we'll make, anything that we don't spend now will be encumbered and we'll make the payment next year if we happen to, we should be done and they should be gone by then. We shouldn't have to rebudget anything for that. Subdivision review, we can leave flat. And that gets us to the end of that.
That's the commissioner's budget. We didn't talk about health insurance. We had 4 million. 4 million, you guys can talk about that one. And then the clinic services, you have to ask one of the other question.
Nope, Mr. Schneider went and looked and we got a thumbs up that that would be flat for next year.
120?
Mhm. And for the health insurance, I think if we went 4.2 would be a place to start. That okay with the board?
4.2, you said?
Yes. And So I'm gonna take 3 minutes to use the restroom, and I'm gonna ask Mr. Rhodes about the EAP.
Say.
Is that okay with the board?
Got a few more yet.
Yeah, I know we got more.
No.
Oh, I thought you wanted to say something.
I'll stick around.
Where are you going?
It's just that some clarity, that's exactly what she's going opposed to that. I just, sometimes stuff comes up and he can look on his GIS and versus here. And what I like to do is have kind of email set up on my laptop now and just be able to use it for the meetings. I'll bring it. But I don't have a laptop, so
If I have a set of rules, I can get
that's what I'd like to do.
Because I do have a budget for computers. That I can order them as I need them, or as it's time to grocery.
Does he have one?
He has his own personal number. Yeah. Because he uses my plug-in.
Yeah.
You too?
Kind of give you the disappointment that he's not outside.
Is there gonna be a revolt?
Yeah, I didn't, like I said, I didn't print all these out because I was doing them Friday late, but I can kind of walk you through it. Like Q tap.
Smudge it, do what you want with it, manipulate it, and like that.
Budgeted currently for $4,700.
I especially after some Texas.
All right, team, let's get it back together here, and we'll keep moving through the budget process.
We had a budget for ambulances at 496,000. I have not seen his budget number this year, so I don't even know if that's accurate.
It can't be accurate.
I know he's encumbered some money because we've got ambulances on order
Yes.
from 2 years ago.
Boxes or the entire ambulance? There's gonna be a big difference there.
Refits, I think is what
Yeah.
we're looking at now.
We got 1.1 in the budget right now.
Because there's a big difference
So
between the
some of
two.
these, the Q cap, I'm just gonna tell you for information. Security upgrades, I don't have anything that's been spent. Highway vehicles, all been spent. Computer upgrades, I have 100,000 in there, so that's where I would put that again, so more machines and stuff again.
Do we need additional revenue or additional funds in that 100,000?
No, that's what's in this year's budget, so I said if I don't have a spare laptop that's not being used, because I had new ones that weren't being used. Again,
But we're talking about for next year.
for next year, I would keep that 100,000. Small claims had a copier, I think we're gonna need another one this year, so that'd be 0. Election voting machines, I think she's got a number that has to go in there for next year. We did a 2-year thing in 1 year, this is we do year 2. County website design, $28.50, I think that's our annual.
Yep.
We just got a bill for that, so that's cute cash, unless you got something else.
Nope. So is it possible, Commissioner Hosser, to get a computer with?
I said I could go look and
Yeah.
getting one set up here soon.
Yeah, she said she can get one set up for me.
Okay.
Lit, Ed. The courthouse door security system, $21.50. Economic development, if you do the 100,000, are you gonna leave the Grove Boys County, or you don't know yet? That's the
I
100,000.
mean, I think
we're all.
I think at least the majority of the board is in favor of keeping it in there.
The 4-H appropriation, 145,000.
Okay, so 4-H was, that was what they requested this year. What did they request last year?
I'm telling you last year, or this current year's 26.
That's what it was.
145.
Thought it was awesome, yeah.
It went from 120, 145
And I think that's what they're asking for
again.
Was part of that because they had that special project?
No, I think they just,
Well,
no, we did Swinmore separate.
yeah, that was
So they
complete.
had
Are you
one-
thinking of the park?
They had the 145 plus the swine barn, so that was
Yes.
another $100,000 or so. I don't know, how does the board feel about continuing with the 4-H request? We have a yes?
Yes.
Okay, we got 2 yeses?
Definitely.
Distress road repayment of 100,000, you have to do that. Emergency siren maintenance, we had $5,000 in that.
Yes.
Your GIS annual thing is $93.50. That annual fee,
Did it increase?
well, we just increased it from 8,500 to 93.50. Machinery and equipment, I don't know what this is for, it's 3,500. Some of these are like things
One
that
time.
they need one-time deals.
I take it off.
Community crossings, he's got some money in here, but I don't know if we're gonna need a budget for that in the future, we just usually do additionals.
Yeah, because it's not guaranteed we're gonna get it all.
So you're cutting that one out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Regional sewer legal services, Creek and Ball, I think we're done with that.
I think we've done.
We'll have to ask for an additional appropriation if they want
If
something
they
else.
need
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
At some point, we may need it again, but
Birds Eye wastewater, 0.
And Owner Morton, Mr. Rhodes did say that to keep that EAP funding in there.
The auditor treasurer financial software support is gonna be $58,178. That's the thing here, we didn't go to there. Regional wellness, $100,000, that payment 4 of 5. Dump truck, that's done. And dumpster site, that's done, so that's all that. Okay.
Okay.
This will be your, is it CR tax? Most of it's Wyatt's funding, but our jail bond is 1.84 million.
So with those funds, do we have to appropriate a set amount out of it?
I appropriate the bond payment, and Wyatt's pretty much taken the rest and appropriated it for his use.
So I've reviewed the community correction budget with county councilman, Mr. Kleesner. I think we're satisfied with where that is, so is the board okay with using the CR, pay the bond, and pay the other?
You have to do it to pay the bond, that's what you got for.
Right, but that in addition to the community corrections budget item?
And that's the rehabilitation part of the bond, or the tax.
So I think if we, our approval would be the addition of those two items, or those items.
Okay, then I've got opioid settlement restricted money,
All right, so for the opioid fund,
unrestricted, it's right on that.
for next year, we have a commitment to DuBois County Cares for $51,280.50. That was part of a total amount with, I think it was $51,280.50. So that would probably be part of what's already budgeted for this year, but we'll probably have to roll that into next year. Okay. And after reviewing the numbers in the restricted and the non-restricted fund with auditor's office staff, I believe the total amount that we should budget in new funds for opioid next year was $75,000. That'll be the amount that we have coming in from the settlement. And can you remind me, is 1238 the restricted or the non-restricted?
1238 is unrestricted, 1237 is restricted.
So I would say let's take those, the full $75,000 from the restricted funds.
So restricted 75,000.
Yes, and the only thing that I know of at this time that we.
So the difference would come like in a contractual services line.
For what?
So you could do it for what, for some kind of service? That's what we had 170 there.
Mhm.
And then you had supplies up here, but we ended up moving most of it down here to different programs.
Contractual services.
So contractual would be the difference of this, 75 minus this.
I would say the total budget, we would move that over plus 75 of new.
Okay, so put 75 here and put that here.
Yes. And the only thing out of that 75 that I'm aware of that we need to be aware of for next year is, so JRAC, our Justice Reinvestment Act Committee. So it's a group of people that includes anybody that's involved with the law enforcement part of this and the judicial part of it. We meet after we have our community corrections meeting. The state several years ago made it mandatory that every county have it. And we've had Community Solutions is our consultant, I guess. They help us with the grants that we get and with running those meetings. And so we're estimating that may be, depending on how much we ask out of them, it may be up to $25,000. So that's probably where that money would come from. And as we talked earlier about sometimes having an expense, I don't like paying somebody $25,000, but they brought over $1 million of grants back into the county that we probably would have been able to get without them. So that helps make
So
it.
25,000 in Community Solutions?
Well, I don't know, can we make a,
We had an unrestricted last time. Community Solutions.
I think what we would end up doing is taking it out of the restricted for,
75?
out of that 75, yes. And then we would have $50,000 where we could have a community call for projects. So if somebody could come in and say, you know, again, it could be Boone again, or it could be a treatment center or one of those. We'd have some funds to put towards that. Does that sound good to the board?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So contractual would be 50, Community Solutions would be 25. And then we have the 51, 281 for CARES.
Yes.
Okay. And then the unrestricted, you wouldn't do anything with it or what?
Yeah, we'll let that sit for now.
That's the only budget line.
That's everything
That's it.
for now. Okay. So let me just go through the list again. We did SERS, we did Older American Center, Life Spring 4-H, Soil and Water. Their budget was approximately $199,000 plus the wage increases. The Records Librarian, we had that on there. ADA transition plan, right solutions.
EAP, in fact, that was the only one I didn't.
Yeah, and EAP was flat. So are you saying we need to put the administrator in there if we want to consider it next time?
Yeah.
So is that okay with the board? We put it in there and if it
Yes.
voted down, then it doesn't
So
exist?
it'll be under your, up here, under your personal services.
What was the salary for that position?
The salary from the wage study said a low end of 81 and a high end of 103 or something in that range. But when I talked with Marky about it, we thought that was more than it should have been. So I think, or no, not Marky, when I talked to council, that 81 is too high. So even though that's the low of what they were suggesting, so it would probably just mirror whatever the human resources is or somewhere, something less of what the low is that they mentioned. Okay, anything else on the budget from the auditor? Anything else on the budget from the board?
Nope.
Your time is August 11th, I think
11 o'clock. So if the board wants, I'll make myself available to present the budget to the council on August 11th.
Okay.
So is there anything that we need to do with, I think we've already made our action on the extension, right? Whatever we're gonna do there, we decided to freeze the one position, the rest of it we're rolling with. Do you want this copy?
I'm glad they came in, that made that.
Yes.
I wish Chelsea would have been here, but other than that, I think it was a fine presentation.
I wanted to be clear there before I throws it, and they're simultaneously trying to fill it.
Exactly, sure.
August 11th at 11 o'clock.
Okay, so VSO, we got that taken care of. Make sure I've got everything in order here. What's that? So earlier when the county highway department gave us their budget, we didn't approve it or ask to move forward. Did anybody have any changes that they wanted to make to the highway department that you're aware of?
No.
Is there any highlights, Mr. Lincoln, that you wanted to give us, that there was anything?
Let's see, as far as the increase to the truck drivers, we have 5 truck drivers for 2026, and so there's gonna be 6 truck drivers for 2027. That's what the increase was there. On the decrease for the operators, we're gonna have 11 operators, and we had 11 in 26, we're gonna have 10 in 27. So that's what the reason was there.
So it's not really an increase or decrease, it's kind of a shift.
Yeah,
Most
yeah,
of it.
just shifted, yes, yeah. Other than that, bridge break inspection, phase 1, $270,000 decrease. That's just because they gonna do a lot less this year. It's one of those, I think every 4th year, I believe it is, and it's a lot less. It's a phase 1A. So other than that, that's about it.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know that I have any other comments on the budget here myself. So the cost of, I think I've got it. I don't have any other questions. So are we good with the highway budget as it is? Okay. Move that forward. There we go. So with the, I'll try to run through these quickly so that we can have time for public comment here. Regarding the EMS training, I just wanted to share with you, it's tentatively for September 21st. This is the one that's provided by, in regard to the solar project out there, that every fire department in the county is going to be invited to that training. They were originally going to do it in August, but something that Tammy wanted to move forward for some reason. Maybe that was more convenient for more people. I'm not sure, but that is coming up on September 21st is what they have it tentatively set as. Don't have anything there. No. It's not, and again, it wouldn't be a public meeting. I don't think it'll just be a meeting for the emergency responders, the ambulance, the firefighters, those kind of things. All right. Bakersfield is having an informational meeting on local income tax and the must at City Hall. I think that's tonight at 4:00. We sent an email on that last week. We have upcoming meetings. There's an upcoming meeting on data center education event. This is for commissioners on August 11th, 2026 from 8:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. in Indianapolis at the Indiana Farm Bureau headquarters.
That's the day of my budget.
Yep, so that's the day of the budget. But, that's one of those that if we had an administrator, I'd love to send somebody up there to grab all the information and bring it back to educate the board. But otherwise, we're gonna have to see if one of us can make it, if that's possible, because that's a big issue. So another meeting coming up, 9th Annual Indiana Water Summit, the White River Alliance. It's going to talk about water supply, economic development, data centers, wastewater, groundwater quality, storm water, and drainage all in one place with experts, plus room for questions and discussions. So I think I forwarded that to you as well. So we'll see if we can review that, see if we can make that happen. In the last week or two, I've been working with the City of Jasper, CASA. We lease the building from the City of Jasper on that. So I'm negotiating that with them. They give us a very low rent and they're willing to relock. I think the way we're discussing, they're willing to lock in that low rent again for 5 more years. And maybe we will, as a county, I think they have some HVAC work or some other work there that needs to be done. And it may be in the range of, we'll say $10,000. So I'm going to work with Mayor Craig and see if there's a way that we can pay a part of that, they can pay a part of it, and they'll give us the low rent for the next 5 years. Does that sound like a plan for the two of you?
That sounds fair, very fair.
Because otherwise they could say, well, if you're not going to pay for that, then the rent's going to go up to cover the same amount. So I think they're being a good partner on that. I don't believe we've had a department head meeting since first quarter. Did one of the two?
January, then we had another one in February.
She did too.
Just for information for the county administrator.
Right.
The second one right away. I'm on the part, right, Cindy? Yeah.
And so we probably need to have one of those for
Probably.
this quarter,
Probably
should have been for second quarter, but.
Yeah.
Would it be okay with the board? I'll set one up and
Sure.
I'll do it. It's probably my turn. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either.
I'll set it up and I'll send out an email for everybody to go,
Okay.
just to hear what people are thinking.
All right.
Okay, subdivision review committee. Mr. Schneier and I met with a whole group of people last week to discuss that. One of the issues that we've been having is maybe a surveyor is cutting one piece of land into 2 pieces of land, and they're not taking into account that the septic system runs over that new line that they, on a piece of paper, it's just a line, right? It's just splitting it, it's not a big deal. But on the ground and in reality, that would cause trouble for if those pieces of land weren't owned by the same person. So we're trying to find a way to improve our processes to make sure that none of those are missed. Whenever a surveyor gives us on at the request of a homeowner or a landowner, they'll come in and the surveyor will make these requests. And the surveyor is signing off saying, I've met all of the rules of the subdivision ordinance. We would say that the subdivision ordinance doesn't allow you to put a line over 70 fingers. It's not allowed.
Right.
And so they're signing off saying that it's good, but it turns out that some of them may not be good. And we're just trying to find ways to improve that so that doesn't happen. Because we don't want the health department going out and telling somebody that just bought a piece of land that was split off, saying, there's nowhere on your lot that you can put a septic system, or that other guy's septic system is on here. And we're trying to cut off those problems. It's ultimately the person buying it. They have to do their due diligence to know what they're getting. But we're trying to help them not get themselves into a situation that is bad for them or anybody else. Does that make sense?
No, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
It needs to be.
So, Mr. Schneider, you have any comment on that?
No, Tacker, just trying to make sure that the processes are in place, that the homeowner or that landowner is gonna know, there are other requirements that are available to them that they need to look into. Information sharing.
Okay. Anything else you know?
That audit has been completed, waiting on the exit.
Okay, so we're doing an exit interview on the audit for the State Board of Accounts, so they can tell us what they're finding. Mr. Schneider, do you have anything? Anything else from Highway?
Yes, going back to the additional appropriations, that is for additionals for that $10,000 for the repair and maintenance for that truck breakdown we had. Ann already turned that in, and Sandy to
Last
advertise
week and
it.
we already advertised it.
So we just need approval from the board to go in front of the council to request that $10,000 additional.
So usually we have a form that you provide, but you don't need.
Sometimes you've signed in the past, realized it wasn't needed, so kind of quit doing that. Because it's on the meeting on record to show that you guys.
It's not by the highway, it's Cume Bridge, so.
Yeah, and it's from the Hume Bridge, which is $10,000 for repair and maintenance, which is for the, our tandem axle dump truck that broke down. It's gonna be $19,000 in parts to get it fixed. It was a pretty significant unexpected repair.
So you're basically requesting $10,000. We're just, we give consent for the Highway Department to move forward with the request of $10,000 additional appropriation from the county council.
I'll second.
Does that sound like the right motion? All
That's
right.
what I do. Thank you.
All right, we've got a first and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
I do have one more thing I was gonna bring up a while ago. I talked to Mike Fleisner, here a month ago, as far as a wage study, but then he said, well, it's hard to find people to go out and cut up trees and ERT time. And he said, maybe we ought to up that. Right now, they're getting time and a half when they go out. It's 2 hours minimum. He said, what about, if we can just up that wage or something? Whenever they go out on ERT.
What does ERT stand for?
Emergency response time. Cut up trees, sand roads, plow. Like this weekend, for instance, I had dispatch called me 4 different times. And one time I had to call 7 different people to finally get one. Next time there was 6, and then the other 2, it was decent. I got a hold of the right people right away, so. It's just, Saturday night, at what time was it? 7:30, 8 o'clock? Who wants to go out at 7:30, 8 o'clock on Saturday night, just for 2 hours of overtime? Could we put double time with that? Any suggestions? It's just hard to, like even the evening, when the guys get out and come in and take a shower and 10 o'clock at night, all of a sudden get a phone call and they go cut a tree up, or Sunday morning, when they're going to church. It's getting harder and harder.
It's about $75 worth of pay, taxes get taken out of that. They use their personal vehicle a lot of times and a personal chainsaw.
Yes.
So that's their gas they gotta use if anything to get back to ground zero, maybe a little extra on
Okay,
that.
'cause most of them, to get out there quick, they go straight to the scene. You know, I mean, it's.
So on one hand, they could go out and spend a half hour and they get paid for time and a half for 2 hours. Other times, they'd go out for 2.5 hours and get $90 or whatever the amount is, and they. I don't know, but do we know the frequency, the number of hours per year that this will affect?
Getting called out for tree wise,
Like this weekend alone, how much time, how many hours are we gonna have to
this
pay?
weekend.
If you called out 4 different, was it only 4 individuals?
Yeah.
That ended up saying yes.
Two of them went double, because they called the machine, for 2 of them. So it was a total of 6 people, and 2.5 hours was on 4 of those hours, and 2 hours on the others. So whatever that would be. About 15 hours.
15 to 20 hours maybe, and
So, and this weekend might not be nothing. Last weekend, I think there was once, I think.
I guess I don't have necessarily a problem with it. I haven't given it much thought until this was brought up today. What do you think, Commissioner Hassett?
I could see making a change there. I think I'd want to see some more information on like how many calls we have each year to kind of determine what the cost of the county would be, but maybe make it you get X number of dollars plus the time and a half or, something to make it a little more enticing.
Oh, like every time you're called out, you get $50 plus your
Yeah.
hour for your time and a half or something. Do you have what line item does it come out of?
Oh, I'm not totally sure what line item that is. I don't know.
I mean, we don't have to make the decision today.
Why don't we revisit
So how about
that
just
as
bring it up to us again next time? I think we'll be open to hearing what you have to say, but yeah, we're dragging on here.
Okay.
So would that be okay?
Yep.
Okay, fine. Don't need it today. Other commissioners have any comments?
No, sir.
I have one thing. We did meet July 9th for the regional sewer district. We did welcome one new board member, Clint Meyer from Southwest DuBois County. We had speakers, Julie Lair from the Lower East Fork, White River, and Patoka Lake, and Josh Rosemer from IDEM come in and speak. We discussed some funding sources and whatnot, so.
So Commissioner Hassett, how come we're not putting pipes in the ground just yet?
Yeah, if it was only that easy.
I was expecting the answer to be, we need $20 million.
We do, need
Okay.
about $20 million.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. All right, I think that's everybody. We will open it up for public comments.
I'm sorry, Chad, but I gotta slip out. I gotta do that, so,
Okay.
okay. Sorry.
Have a good trip.
Right. My name is Josie Lamb, and I stand here today with respect for your positions, but with a deep concern that your responsibilities are being interpreted so narrowly that the people of DuBois County are left without meaningful protection. County commissioners hold regulatory and administrative authority, and that authority carries responsibility. When you adopt a project, when you issue a road use agreement, when you oversee county infrastructure, and when you conduct site checks, you are exercising that authority. You are responsible for what you see, what you know, and for acting when public safety is at risk. Residents have documented stormwater failures and runoffs into neighboring properties, silt fencing, and active flood areas, traffic safety violations, and construction practices that contradict state guidance. These issues are visible from the road, the property line, and the site checks you say you conduct. You have acknowledged some of these violations yourselves. You know they exist. Yet instead of using the enforcement tools available to you, like reporting violations, initiating corrective action, or coordinating with the sheriff and county ordinance supply, You reinforce policy and procedure without taking action to ensure those policies are followed. This is not a limitation of jurisdiction. This is a failure of duty. A permit is not a shield. A permit is only valid when the holder is compliant. When a county becomes aware of noncompliance through resident reports, documentation, or its own observations, it has an obligation to act, to report, and to protect the public. Your residents are told to take their complaints elsewhere, even though the county approved the project, granted the road use agreement, and continue to monitor the site. You cannot claim oversight while refusing to acknowledge or report noncompliance. You cannot expect residents to carry the burden of enforcement while the county looks away. Your authority includes ensuring that the county-approved activities do not endanger the people who reside there. That connection between your jurisdiction and the community's health, safety, and welfare is not optional. It is foundational to your role. The people of DuBois County deserve a government that acts when it sees a problem. They deserve a government that does not expect residents to live with violations simply because enforcement is inconvenient. We will continue to stand firm to document, demand that compliance be verified, not assumed, and we will continue to insist that health, safety, and welfare of this community be treated as a priority the law requires. Commissioners, you approve the project, the Crossvine project. You oversee its access to county infrastructure. You monitor its site. You know what is happening there. And because you know, you have a responsibility to act. We ask you to remember whom you serve and to fulfill the duty that comes with the authority you hold. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. I'm Cheyenne Temple, kind of a new face in here, so new to this. But I'm a business owner in Holland. I've been commuting for the last 11 years to my family company, where I took ownership in 2020. In 2022, my husband joined me at the company, and we welcomed our little girl into the world later that year. So on Wednesday, it'll be 2 weeks ago, that we sold our home in Newburgh, Indiana, to come back to DuBois County. We have planned to buy a property on the outside of Ireland to raise our little girl, where we had hoped would be safer, in a community that my husband and I both were raised in. She currently attends Hummingbird Daycare, where 120 children attend between the two buildings. The Holland Elementary is right across the street from my shop, where about 252 kids are enrolled. And then 1,759 more kids are enrolled between Huntingburg Elementary, Southridge Middle School, and Southridge High School. This is all within the 3.4-mile radius of the Crossvine project. Now, I am a business owner, I'm a human, and sometimes I sign myself up for projects I didn't know the full extent to before committing. Happens. But I feel that being a respectable human is more important to admit when I need to back out, because it wasn't what was best for my company, my staff, my neighbors, family, friends, and usually myself. And now I'm urging you all, and Commissioner Stephenopoulos, if she can see this, urging you to please do the same with the solar and the BESS projects, knowing the full scope and the negative impacts that it has on your constituents. We have now we're coming back to the countryside from being where we're right around everybody. You can see in your neighbor's backyard at our old house. But now we have the fear of the solar panels and battery energy systems being in our backyard or across the fields from us. I'm asking you, please stop the battery energy storage systems from DuBois County. Please stop any further solar panel projects, and to get ahead of it, please just stop the data and AI centers.
Thank you.
Well, Jerry Harris, 500 West. I just had a couple of questions. Put it down here, I'll forget it. Okay, heard Levi say earlier about the road use agreement for the Ireland.
So are they working on, is that like approved, that project? If they're working on a road agreement?
I never mentioned road use agreement. I think Sandy said road use agreement, that was the wrong term for that. That's
Okay.
for releasing of the bonds for that coal mine project that happened years ago.
Okay, wasn't paying attention, I just heard, so yeah, that's,
I'll pause your time so I don't eat up your time, but I think the short version of it is the roads they tore up, similar to this, they have money that's sitting there. We're trying to make sure that the roads get made back to how they should have been, and once we come to terms with them, then the bond gets released and the roads will get fixed how we.
right, I just want to clarify, because I wasn't sure exactly what was said there. Okay, I guess basically the only other thing I had on question on was, like this, I mean, just my 2 cents on this new position. Why do we need this for? I mean, isn't that kind of your guys' jobs that you voted or were elected for? I mean, we haven't been getting, for 9 months, we've been bugging the crap out of you guys on this crossline stuff and haven't really gained anything with you guys. I just kind of feel like maybe you should step it up and this job really isn't needed. I know she's on her way out, so she doesn't care, but I'm just saying, if you've got time here yet, you know, that's just my 2 cents. This job really doesn't need to be, it doesn't need to exist. It's been $80,000 of taxpayers' money, in my opinion. That's it.
Thank you.
Morning or afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, Dave Duncan. Real quick, want to let you two anyway know that Joe Rowley, our person who's been looking at the plume study, has looked at it. He's continued to look at it. He did say it was adequate for EMA purposes, for emergency response and things like that. He did also say it's not really adequate for public safety as far as how far plumes will go and all that stuff. So he's still looking at it. Once you get done with that, we'll get back with you. He probably could do the meeting if you guys want to do that. The other thing is, as far as I understand, you guys are part-time employee or whatever, like an official, and you have a lot of things on your plate. But it's kind of hard to justify administrative job when you have one commission wanting to stick around for public comments. That's not a good look. I understand she's busy, she's got to go, but she got left before public comments. Not good. And finally, Chad, sorry I had to leave. I had a doctor's appointment. I've been diagnosed with being a pain in the rear, and they said it's terminal. I'm sorry. Thank you.
You know, Mr. Duncan, I mentioned this earlier, not just because you're here. You know, like I said, I won't speak for Mr. Oster, I'll speak for myself. When you come in and you're disappointed at us or Mrs. Harris or anybody else in the room, it doesn't feel good. I don't like it, right? That's not necessarily what I want to happen, but I want to tell you, for example, like you made a public comment and you're being an active citizen and it's been helpful.
Well, thank
right?
you.
And I appreciate that. And to Mr. Harris's point about us not getting anything done, I would say that I spent more time dealing with 5 or 6 individuals on this project than I have with any other project probably in 10 years.
Right.
And so I'm giving it everything I've got, and the reason for this position is because I feel like it's inadequate, right? I try to give every minute that I can, and it's still inadequate.
Yeah, I understand that, and you know, matter of fact, what I was thinking when you were talking about that, because I was listening to the doctor's office, is would administrative job be better than maybe hiring 2 support staff, you know, secretary or something to do the footwork for you guys? I'm just a thought. And I also want you all to understand that this is nothing against you individuals. Anything we say is not a personal attack. You may seem that way, but it's not. Okay? All right.
I just want you, I mean, and people can say and feel what they want, but I give my effort and I give the time that I can. I honestly wish I could spend all day doing it, but it's not working out in every aspect, and I think we could do better.
Okay.
So you guys being critical, I get it. It makes sense. We deserve some of it. Some of it I don't think is fair, but we want to do a good job, and I believe like everybody says, it may not feel good to get initially, but I think most of it has been helpful.
Yeah, and I personally appreciate you having a couple meetings discussing on that, so, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'll speak in support of your admin. I think it is a very necessary position.
What's your name for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry, Carol Brainer. It's Brayner.
Thank you, ma'am.
One of the things they could be doing, for example, is contacting some of the sites in California that have had data center fires and so forth. They could be getting that information. What were the impacts? Were they serious? What did they do to overcome that and so forth? So that is something that an admin could be helping with in that case. Thank you.
And just to your point there, that's kind of what the three people up here, they're the ultimate people that are going to be the executives that are going to have to make the decisions and live with what those consequences are. And this person could make those calls, you're right, and say, folks, here's something to consider. Instead of, I just want to say, I think that's a good point. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi,
Hello.
Lisa Matthews. I'm a homeowner along West Oak Road 64, where all the solar and BESS is being built. Back, I think around 2018, 2019, we built a pole barn on our property. We had to install another driveway to be able to get back there. And we were told very clearly that we had to make sure that there was no water runoff coming off the driveway, crossing the road for safety issue. We spent quite a bit of money in a concrete box there, concreting the driveway to catch all the water and divert it off the road. And I think the solar company should be held to the same standards. I have pictures here from June the 26th. And this was before, I know we've had some heavy rains, but I've got pictures here where we were coming home on I think it was a Friday evening. And this was before even the heavy rains hit at the solar construction on Old Road 64. You pop over this hill and here's all this water runoff that, we stopped for, I took a picture of. We live along this road, we have family that goes along this road. And it's very dangerous. Anytime it rains, just a little bit, doesn't even have to be these downpours that we've had. Mud is driven out into the roads, water's driven out into the roads. And of course, being on the hillside, over the hill like this, people are coming over. They did lower the speed limit, so that's helped somewhat with the traffic. But, this is clearly a safety hazard. If these people have all this money, why is the county not requiring them to put in the proper drainage systems to keep all this mud from the fields and all this water from flowing out onto the road and being a safety issue? There's a lot of traffic on this road. Construction has really semis up and down this road all the time. And when school starts, which it's going to be shortly, things like this should not have to be a concern. Somebody should be making them fix these entrances to make sure that this water runoff and all this mud is not going out into there. It's a definite safety concern. Thank you.
Chad, may I add a comment?
Yes.
Just want the public to know that Highway Department is actually actively working on that. I've been out the last couple of weeks inspecting the driveways. We have not given our final blessing on any of those drive entrances. So that is one thing that we look at. Would you mind to email me some of those pictures you have, showing some of the water And then I would also like to get out there during a heavy rain event, just to see where the water's going, where it needs to be going, and if it's, and then coordinating with AES on the drive entrances. What could be done, making sure water's getting to the ditches where it's needs to be going out to the roadway. So I do agree with you, water should not be directed straight from the driveway, straight out to the roadway. And so that is being looked into at our highway department. And I have not finished all the inspections, but I was out there last week and will be continuing to inspect it.
Is it being reported to IDEM?
I don't have any correspondence with IDEM at all.
So you see violations and not reporting them?
I deal with just the culverts and driveways, making sure they're following the county's internal permitting process. So I don't get involved with IDEM and the off-site drainage related to that. I just deal with our internal permits that we have set up.
Well, the commissioner directed me to tell IDEM, so I would assume you would direct IDEM of the same violations. Yes?
If there's violations within county,
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if somebody in the county is seeing it and saying they're seeing it, just like I said that I saw it, you directed me to IDEM because they deal with drainage. They deal with stormwater. So am I being held to one standard in the county? Should this
I don't have an answer for you. I don't know.
John Colmeyer, Town Hall. Tomorrow evening, be ready to get your Snicker run because we're supposed to have some nasty storms coming through, so that'd be a perfect time. And I'll be more than happy to drive around with you with my waist boots on. Thank you guys for full-time VSO for the county. Awesome, appreciate that. Second, and the last thing is that, I don't know if you guys know this, but they now have 20-some batteries on site right now. And they are definitely stacked pretty close together, which is concerning, even though that people say, well, they're not energized, but they're charged. And either at 20 to 30%. So that means those batteries are live right now. So the EMA needs to look into getting these firefighters trained sooner than later. So if you can, if we do have a lightning strike out there, or we have a battery to decide to do something we don't want it to do, our firefighters are ready to go. So thank you guys.
For the, guess just for you, Mr. Hofstadter, Homeland Security will be on site to examine the site and investigate if the units are too close. They're going to be coming, I think they're scheduled within the next 2 weeks, so they will be on site soon to examine that. IDEM was down, kind of to her point, IDEM was down recently, within the last week. They were examining the track marks that were on the road, that they were checking the stormwater compliance, et cetera. So IDEM has been down, they have been looking at it, and when the report is due, we will have a copy of that. So they are aware, they've been on site, and the state agencies are looking at the things that they're responsible for. And I think that's all I have. Anybody else? I think we got, unless Mr. Wenhall wants to talk, everybody else has had their turn. All right. We'll close the meeting.
Brad, we didn't want to hear you anyway. We didn't want to hear you anyway. I know you didn't.
I kind of did.
You may have to.
Just pick